not saying that he did anything wrong. To me, he put his glove up in front of his eyes and lost the last 2 feet of the flight of the ball.
Well, and we just lost Ricky Henderson, right? He was hit the glove on the leg and then snap it. He was a snap catch
Now,
guy.
Ricky was totally different. Ricky was Ricky.
There's only one.
Everybody can't be Ricky, so you see kids over there, oh, no, I dropped the ball. No, don't be Ricky. Ricky is totally different.
Hey, let me ask you this. You guys all share some similar traits. To be a great center fielder, great hand-eye, you have to be fearless, you have to be fast. How much can you improve a skill set? Because there are fast guys who can't play the outfield, who can't read balls, get to balls. How much of it is some sort of innate skill that you have, and how much of it can you develop? Buck, Torrey, anyone want to start?
Practice. I ain't play outfield until I got to 10th grade. I played shortstop. So for me, going to outfield was a big adjustment just because I never played it growing up. And I never forget, we was at the top 100 showcase of Georgia, and it's the first fly ball I think I've seen go over 100 feet. Scouts everywhere, and I dropped it. Like completely whiffed, and I dropped it. Told myself that day I'd never drop another fly ball. So after that day, I trained to be the best outfielder that I possibly could, and that just comes with the repetitions, the practice, and like we said earlier, just fly balls.
Yeah, just practice, and I just think instincts. For me, I grew up playing football and playing receiver and corner. I think that taught me a lot of movements and body control that I wasn't learning just playing baseball alone. So I just think putting myself in situations where I had to learn how to move my body, control my movements, just helped me a lot out in the outfield.
Yeah, I mean, you have some guys that are fast I've seen over the years, and I'm like, this guy can fly, but he sucks as an outfielder, And but you get guys like every once in a while, anomaly is Byron Buxton or Mike Trout. Byron can beat me in a race by 10 yards all the time, right? This guy's so fast, but he's actually good, too. He knows how to get around the ball. He knows how to set his body. Greater jumps. Greater jumps.
All right, great stuff. Before we take questions from you guys, I mean, everybody's got their favorite catch and also their first catch. And Deshaun, I want to start with you because it's the most recent. You get called up. I think we were at the Trop, which is not an easy place to catch fly balls. The first ball hit to you was like a screamer into the right center field. You had to run a long way for. Walk us through that entire play as you're getting ready for that.
So first off, Trop is extremely tough to see the ball in the air just because the dome is like an off-white. It's the same color as the ball. So if you take, everyone was telling me before I went in, if you take your eyes off, don't take your eyes off the ball because you're not going to find it again, especially at that time of the day. But yeah, I kind of knew. The second it hit off the bat, I knew I needed to catch this ball, and I was just going all out for it, obviously. And at the last second, I felt the wall, and just the way, because I'm a lefty, so I had to come in at a weird angle. It was just going to be tough for me to get to it, and I know I don't want to run through the wall. I've tried to do that before in college and ended up breaking my hip.
Plenty times.
But then it was actually, I think the next day or a couple days later, Tommy Watkins came up to me and asked me, he's like, do you know what percentage that catch was? And I was sitting there like, please don't tell me it was 80% catch probability, because I'm like, I don't want to hear this. And he goes, I think it was a 0% probability. So it made me feel a little better, but still, that is one play I wanted to go back to.
I feel like you catch that ball more often than not. I think if that's not your first ball, I feel like you catch that ball the way you were racing after it. It looked, man, I thought you had it. I really thought you had it.
I was close, but close isn't good enough. But the next one I'll get to.
You talked about the roof. Danny, you went from the winds of Candlestick Park, which is a disaster of its own, to the Teflon sky of the Metrodome. Like how big an adjustment was that?
Well, it was first of all, you heard all the stories about how tough it is to play there. Yes, I did play at Candlestick Park. I remember Johnny LeMaster's hat flew off, and it was stuck to the fence in left center field. I had to go get it and bring it into the shortstop. That's how windy it was. Yeah. Come to the Metrodome. I would have retired. Yeah. But let me ask you, here's what TK would always do with a new player at the Metrodome. I don't know if he did this to you after a game, and it was our opening game. He had me stick around and hit me fly balls. He had 50,000 fans that were just leaving the ballpark, and they're, hey, what's going on here? And there's Danny Gladden out there in left field taking fly balls. He DH'd me my first game. So I DH'd. The first ball I hit was a pop-up to Dave Henderson in center field. Couldn't find it, landed for the double. Yeah, I go, offensively, I'm good. The next 3 times I struck out all 3 times. So, yeah. So, but it was an adjustment. What I found myself in between pitches is I would take my eyes and focus in the ceiling. So therefore, you go 2 or 3 innings, not get a fly ball, but my eyes were always up there. So I could bring him down and then get on the ball. And it seemed like when that ball went up there, I was pretty good. I didn't miss any in left field. I missed one in center field, though. He had me go out there and play center for Kirby one time, and sure enough, couldn't find it.
These guys have seen and done it all outfield-wise, so let's get questions from you guys. I know it's early. If anybody wants to warm it up and start things off, go ahead. We'll get as many as we can. And if no hands go up, Danny's going to leave. So make sure that you get your questions. You want to start in the front row?
I'm just going over here, though. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
To the bar.
Right here. Go ahead.
What sports did Byron Buxton play?
What other sports did Byron Buxton play?
Football, baseball, basketball.
This is one that always gets me. You were only like the 3rd fastest guy on your football team, right?
6th.
6th. Think about that. On his high school football team, this guy was the 6th fastest guy.
We were in the spread in football, and our other 4 wide receivers was our 4x1 relay team track.
Would all 4 of you agree that you should play all the sports? Play a bunch of sports, play as long as you can, play as many as you can?
100%, yeah.
Did you ever get clocked hit in football to say, okay, this is it, I'm going to stay with baseball? I'm done.
I got hit one time, and that took the scaredness out. Because I started out, I was scared. I knew I was good in baseball. I knew I had a possibility of getting drafted. So, big dude. I'll never forget it. He was our rival, and he blindsided me. And I remember getting up, going to the sideline, and I looked up at my dad, and he said, "You better get him back." From that point forward, I was literally like a maniac. Like, that took away the fear. So that fear translated over into baseball, which everybody understands that story. It just toughened me up a little bit.
Yeah, you do get those jitters before a football game, and every time you get hit, or if I got hit, I was quarterback and I was safety. When I got hit as a quarterback running the option, and I'm talking about a linebacker 6'6", and he hit me, and I almost feel like I pooped myself. But so, and then you get up, you're like, woo, I'm ready to go now. No one's going to ever hit me this hard, so now I'm ready to go, and it takes away those jitters that you have every football game, and then you're ready to go. I just need to get hit hard in the early quarter, and so I can feel better. But yeah, you got to play every sport, because every sport has a different muscle that is recruited. If you use every muscle in different sports, you actually become a greater baseball player.
Love it. I think that's words to live by. All right.
Hi, Tori. This is for your sister. What's your favorite position player?
What, in football? Baseball. It was definitely center field. I played right field my last 4 years of my career. I was 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. So I left center field at 36, which I was still old, but went to right field, enjoyed it. But center field is still my bread and butter. I always wanted to play it. Guys like Kirby Puckett, and he was one of my favorite players. And just to play center field, I wouldn't do anything else.
Hey, quickly before we get to this young gentleman's question, Who are the center fielders that the four of you looked up to as young players or even as kids growing up?
Well, like I said, I grew up in the Bay Area. I got the luxury to see Willie Mays play out there at Candlestick Park. There was a guy named Billy North that played for the Giants and the Oakland A's. He was kind of a speed-type defensive player. But, I grew up as an infielder, so Chris Spire as shortstop was somebody I liked. It wasn't so much as I was a Giants fan. I enjoyed whatever player came in there, watched his style of play, and wanted to just take a little bit of that, and try to put that into my style. But, some good center fielders, those are the best athletes, okay, on the field.
Yeah, for me, coming up, I was a football player, so it was more football players, running backs, and quarterbacks. But when I got drafted by the Minnesota Twins, I watched Kirby Puckett and Kieran Gifford Jr.
They're pretty good role models.
Mine's actually kind of the same to Tori's. So growing up, my favorite athletes were Kobe, LaDainian Tomlinson. I just gravitated more towards those sports as far as those athletes. But I started watching baseball more in college, and a guy I watched a lot was Buxton.
Bro, I took care of you. When I came back, you were a baby to me.
Yeah, I was in college.
Oh my
so
God.
It's not like I was super young.
Well, if it helps you any better, I'm sitting next to mine. I watch Tori. So.
Oh, man, thank you, man. I take it back.
Like I said, I played shortstop growing up, but when Tori robbed that home run from Barry in that All-Star game, that got it for me. So, mine's Tori.
I'll buy you a steak after.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right.
Byron, are we going to see you in center field this year, or more DH and see Deshaun and Austin Martin out in center this year?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a fun year. It's going to be a very fun year.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a whole lot of 2-5 in center field, but it's awfully nice to have guys like Deshaun and Austin who can go out and pick up the ball, too. Chance for a few more.
Do you guys have a park outside of target field that is better for outfielding, one that favors maybe something smaller, less distance to travel? Just a park that you favor outside of target field?
That's a great one. And it's a topic, Buck, we've talked about before they moved the fences in Detroit. I know you always liked the runway there that you had in Detroit.
I love Detroit. You just never had to be afraid of the wall. Like, if you knew if you hit a home run in Detroit, it was a homer, But now that they done moved that fence in, it ain't as fun. So Kansas City now, I would say it's fun, because that's probably one of the biggest ballparks left.
Deshaun?
I mean, I've only played in a couple, but actually I had my first start in KC, and everyone was telling me how big the outfield was, and that's always a fun thing to do, is to have space to move around and just run and catch balls. So I thought KC, I've only played in a couple, but KC was a massive outfield, and I love that.
I think I'm torn, but Seattle was big, so I was able to run an outfield, and it was rounded, and it didn't have a lot of angles, so you won't get hit on an angle. You think that it's rounded, but you run into the wall too early. So, but Seattle, but I think Chicago was my favorite, because you're able to jump up and rob home runs, and you're not able to do a lot of different athletic things in Chicago, the Chicago White Sox. So, yes, White Sox.
All right, Danny, anchor leg.
You know what? Every ballpark's a little bit different. They have got the neat little quirks about it. We'd go to Boston Fenway Park, and I think that's where you got injured in that. Yeah, but that was something for me as a left fielder with the short wall. I remember we'd have a team meeting, and TK would say, "Hey, don't try to hit the ball to the left field, okay? Hit the ball the other way." And that was kind of the mantra for the Twins for a number of years. Well, you get in Fenway Park, and you look at that wall, and it's right there. You have a tendency to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and hook. Well, as an outfielder, I didn't have to play back there. I could play right behind the shortstop. Anything over your head is going to be off the wall. You play the carom right, you hold them to a single. So that was kind of neat, because there's not many ballparks like that. You play with a wall like that. I think center field is probably one of the tougher parks because of the angles and that they have there. But you made, did you make the catch in Fenway Park and going over into the bullpen? Missed it. Almost died. So there's two of them there. There's the other one that you went in the corner and broke
The triangle,
ankle.
yeah. Broke his leg.
Yeah, David Ortiz. But there was the picture in the paper the next day. It showed, I think, you were upside down. The playoffs.
The
it was in
security guard.
And the security guard, the cop that was there. Classic.
All right, how about a round of applause for these guys? These guys are the best. Dan Gladden, Torrey Hunter, Deshaun Kersey Jr., and Byron Buxton. So much fun, so much personality, so much talent. And we're going to turn these guys loose. They got to get off to their next stop. But don't go too far, because we're going to bring up a bunch of former number one picks and talk about what it's all about being a number one pick of the Minnesota Twins. So stick around. We got another good group coming in. You're done. Yeah, you're done up here. I don't know what your next one is. Should we start? Are you guys ready? All right, I don't know what's the cool name for this one. It's something about first-round picks, and we're going to talk about all of these guys because they were all first-round picks of the Minnesota Twins. And most recently, Kalen Culpepper, right here. You guys, this is your first chance to get a chance to meet him. We had a chance to meet him last year. Then he went out and got to get his career started. Next to him, Mr. Brooks Lee. Brooks, by the way, noted ice fisherman Brooks Lee. He reeled in, you caught a crappie, right?
2 crappie.
Yeah, 2 crappie down in Owatonna. He is now the third-ranked ice fisherman in California's Central Coast region. Next to him, it's a guy that Michael Kadire called Captain America, Walker Jenkins, one of the top prospects in all of baseball. And somehow Glenn Perkins ended up on this panel. Glenn Perkins, when we looked
I don't
at
know
this,
what happened to the first-round picks of like the last 16 years in between these guys and me, but here I am.
we were on the bus looking at the list, and Glenn's like, what, me? and funny enough, we'll start with you, Perk. You were one of 3 first-round picks that year, right, for the Twins?
3 first-round picks, and then there was 2 supplementals as well.
And you're
Plouffe, me, Kyle Waldrop, we're all first-round picks that year.
and you're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And we're glad to
Can't get
have
rid
him
of
on
me.
TV and radio as well. And these 3 guys could look at what you did and aspire to meet that level. Let's start with the obvious part. Does extra pressure come with being the first guy drafted? Kalen, did you feel any?
A little bit. But for the most part, I just knew just to be myself. Don't change who you are, and, you're going to be fine. So.
Brooks?
I think if you let it, it will. We all play this game. We happen to be good at it because we worked hard. So we're in that position to get picked high, but it's well worth it, and it's a good spot to be in.
Walker, you feel any of that at all?
I think it is part of the game, but I think I can speak for all of us when we said you grow up with some pressure, playing from the time you're younger to now. I think you just learn to kind of play with it, You're used to it, so you just play with it and adapt. So, yes, sir.
And Perk, I think you and I, at the vantage point we're at now, could look at these three gentlemen and say, in addition to being incredibly talented, that mindset that they just spoke to, that's part of the reason the Twins liked them so much, because of the way they approach the game mentally too.
It definitely factors in. I think when you're picked, and the higher you're picked, the more that organization is going to rely on you to meet the goals that they have for you. But baseball is not about one guy. You can have the best guy in the game, and that doesn't mean you're going to go out there and win every night. It's a team game. It's a group effort. And I think all you have to worry about is doing your job, playing the best that you can, preparing the best that you can. And then when you get called, whether it's to hit in the batter's box, whether it's to go out on that mound and get outs, is all that really matters. In the end, it doesn't matter where you got picked. There's plenty of guys in the Hall of Fame that weren't drafted, that were drafted real late. And so it doesn't really matter. But I'm with these guys. You feel a little bit of pressure, and it's maybe more from the other guys in the organization on your team that are looking at you like, hey, that guy is a guy. And so then you want to try to be that guy, but you've got to worry about yourself, number one, and everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, and one thing all four of you did is go out and just play really, really well and show exactly why you were picked, where you were picked. Walker, what was the biggest adjustment, high school to professional baseball, for you?
For me, I'd definitely say it's just the amount of games you play. You go from a high school season that's 26 baseball games to playing 140 a year. And just kind of developing a routine to be able to not only get better, but also to stay healthy and stay on the field. I think it's one thing people don't think about is it's a lot of games. You're going every day, and even before the game, what people don't see, you show up to the field at 12 o'clock and you're lifting, running, hitting, throwing, all of the above, and then playing a game on top of that. So it's finding a way to manage it all. So that's been the biggest adjustment for me.
Now, both Kalen and Brooks, you played collegiately. Brooks, you stayed home. You played for your dad. We talked about it last year, Kalen. You kind of had something to prove. You were under-recruited a little bit. You got to Kansas State, and you felt like you had to show people how good you could be throughout the course of your career. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's true. I just had to stay confident. Growing up, not a lot of people knew who I was, so I felt like I always had something to prove, and I feel like I did that, especially going to college and proving myself and just – I wouldn't say dominating, but playing at a
You can say dominate. You dominated.
Playing at a very elite level. Because of that, it got me to where I am now, and hopefully, one day I'll make it here at Target Field. So.
You also share something with Brooks. You both played for his dad. You both played for Larry Lee. What was it like for you?
I did. He was a great guy. I talk about it all the time to him. It was very hard to crack a smile. He's very serious, but for the most part, he knew his stuff. I learned a lot, playing infield and all that. So he's a great coach and great person to be around.
Brooks, we've talked at length about your relationship with your dad. It's a very special one, and playing shortstop for him. When he would coach these other teams, would he come back and, oh, man, I had a shortstop. You should see the things this kid could do. Did he talk about the other guys that played for him?
Yeah, but it was always from a coach perspective. He would break down everybody, and it was pretty cool to listen to. One of the things I always say is when we're in spring training and we're a 3-hour difference when he's in his season, and so they lose a game on a Tuesday and I'm asleep at 1 in the morning, he will call me and be like, I'm sorry I woke you up, and then he just proceeds to go on for the next 20 minutes about, oh, so-and-so couldn't close out the game, or we made 3 errors, blah, 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 and I'm just like this listening. And but that's kind of the relationship we have. It's all baseball, and it's great.
You say all baseball, and you guys are all wired for that. And because this is about being a first-round pick, how relieving is it to put all the draft process behind you and actually get to play? Because I know all of that build-up, whether you're a high school kid, whether you're in college like the other three of you, that becomes omnipresent as well. It's not a super humanistic process in many respects. There's a lot of rumors flying around. How much of a relief is it just to put your name on the paper and go play?
I think it's very relieving. They always say that your draft year is one of the most stressful years, and I think that's true. I didn't really let that affect me, but for the most part, it gets to a point where you start to think about it a little bit because, I mean, that whole season you're thinking about, oh man, you really can't let people think negative about you. You can't really let that affect you. So that's how I was going about it.
Yeah, when I got drafted, it was like the biggest relief. The stress off my shoulders, that weight, and you know, you're in a good position to get picked high, like we all were, but you just wanted to get it over with. I think that was the biggest feeling that I had was let's get this thing going, and I just couldn't wait for draft day because I just wanted to have that stress taken off.
Walker?
Yeah, for me, it was all the unknown. You know, these guys got to keep playing, and I'm still sitting on my couch watching college guys play, and I'm like, oh, gosh, you know, how's this going to go? So it was super nice to get over and just get playing again. You know, you get tired of watching people on TV, and you're like, I want to get back out there. So it's a big relief off your shoulders just to kind of go out there and compete, you know, because that's what we like to do. So
I think it was a little different back when I came up college baseball playing. We didn't have the coverage that there is now with TV, with the internet. We had internet, believe it or not, but it wasn't the same. And so it was really, I mean, I remember conversations I had with my agent where we were trying to figure out where I was going to fit in, and you're like looking at some names that you hear, and you're looking at stats. He's like, hey, the Twins have 3 first-round picks. It looks like the stars might align, like you might end up in Minnesota. That became my focus, was like, how can I position myself to get picked by the Twins? I wanted to be home, and it fortunately worked out, but we didn't have the draft party. We didn't go to New York City. We didn't have the podium and all of those things at MLB Network. I was just sitting there the day I got drafted. I just got a phone call with a 612 area code. And so I'm like, hey, I think I'm getting drafted by the Twins. I want to know from all three of you guys, how was it different? Did any of you guys go to New York? What was your draft day experience like?
For me, I went to the draft. It was in Dallas, Fort Worth. That's, you know, where I'm at right now. But it was amazing. I mean, I don't know why a lot of people don't go to the draft. I mean, it's a great experience, you know, especially when you know you're going to be a day one guy and you have the opportunity. So, I mean, it was fun. But it was, my heart was beating so fast, like the night before, the day of, and right before I got picked. I mean, that feeling, I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, I stayed at home. I remember falling asleep great that night, and then as soon as I woke up in the morning, I was just sweating. I was pretty nervous that day, but yeah, same thing. It was really enjoyable just to be there with my family. And then, you know, once I figured out where I was going, then we kind of had like a little bit of a party to celebrate. And I think that was, for me, the best way to do it, because there's so many people that in my family live in San Luis Obispo, so I wanted to kind of share that with them.
Yeah, I was like a kid on Christmas morning. Came downstairs, Mom, Dad, it's the day. So, you know, for me, it was the same kind of thing. We kept it kind of low-key, just my family and close relatives at my house. But I was nervous. You know, I'm like, oh, my gosh. You know, I had no clue where I was going to go, how it was going to turn out. So I didn't go to the draft, thankfully. I would have been on, you know, sitting in my chair, just like rocking over here, like, what's going down? So, yeah, thankfully, they didn't have me on TV the whole time.
You didn't have to wait long, so you wouldn't have been rocking all that long. Perk mentioned how it was different. I'm a lot older than Glenn. I was doing college games, and we were at the College World Series in 1995 in Omaha, and the draft wasn't available. They put names on a chalkboard at the Baseball America event, and I happened to be there. They were announcing some All-American team. Then we went to our practice, and we practiced after USC, and Jeff Jenkins ran up to me and said, did I get picked? Did I get picked? I'm trying to remember the chalkboard, and I told him that Boston picked him. Boston did not pick him. It was Milwaukee. He looked at me and he goes, I never even talked to the Red Sox. And he wandered off in a daze. I saw him about 10 years later. He's still mad. So thankfully, there's a little more transparency now than there was back then. Last one from me, and then we'll get crowd questions, because, again, you're looking at the future of the Minnesota Twins. 3 amazing guys on and off the field. So we want to talk more about them as players, as people, and allow you to get to know them a little bit. So when Kalen and Walker join Brooks up here at Target Field, you'll know them a little bit better. But the last element that links all you guys, all Team USA guys at one point in time, you all wore red, white, and blue. And I know that there's different levels and different elements of that, and baseball as an international game is growing and growing and growing. But, Perk, I'm going to start with you. Wearing the red and blue, man, that's something that not everybody gets to do. Pretty special.
Took me a little longer than these guys. I think I had to wait until 2013 to get my opportunity. I got to play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. And I tell you what, the whole experience was amazing. Playing Team Mexico in Arizona, watching, I think it was Puerto Rico and the Dominican play in Miami. Those were some of the coolest parts of the experience for me. But being able to put on the Team USA jersey, the national anthem, those games meant something different. It felt different. The way a bunch of guys banded together from other organizations. We met in Arizona, we practiced a little bit, and then we started playing other countries. Incredible experience. We did not meet expectations by any stretch, but the experience was still awesome, and it was something that I certainly will never forget of the moments that I had in my career.
Yeah, for me, mine was a little different, being fortunate enough to do it in high school. Going through the circuit, when I was going through, it can be a very selfish sport. You're going through and everyone's trying to do what they can to go to college where they want to get drafted where they want to. And being able to play for the USA team, you get there and they're like, look, you're going to forget all about that. Like, we're here to win and represent our country. And like Perk said, it's a different feeling. Like, when you stand out there and put that jersey on, like, you forget about me. Like, it's out there. Like, we're trying to compete and beat these other guys, and we're representing something bigger than ourselves. It's the whole country. So it means more.
Yeah, for me, it was different than that too. We did 40 people, and you played against each other because that was right after COVID, and so it was a great experience just to wear the red, white, and blue and have USA across your chest, which is I think something that all of us dream about, and we want to get back into that. But it was a great experience just to also kind of size yourself up against other teammates who you knew you were going to get drafted close with, and then now you're lifelong friends with them too. You share a bond with them that can't be broken, and it's really special. And just to see guys that also get called up, or you see them in the minor leagues, and hey, we played together. And for me, it was 2021, and it's just a cool experience that you guys get to share. And it's all because you're wearing the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, for me, I played for Team USA in 2023. It goes back to me being underrated, not people not knowing who I was. I had a pretty decent sophomore year. I broke my hamate, so they kind of set me back a little bit, and I didn't think I was going to be able to make the team because I set that as one of my goals going into that year. So when I recovered, I was grateful enough to come back and play well and earn an invite. Got there, like these guys said, it's a different feeling. You're playing for the name of your chest, playing for the country, and you're playing against like a different level of baseball. Like when we played, I think it was 2 years ago, we played against Japan and Chinese Taipei, they call it Taiwan. It was tough. I mean, we swept Taiwan and we lost a series to Japan, but for the most part, you played against a lot of different, people, played with a lot of different people, and you met new people, and you learned different things and a new style of baseball, so it was pretty fun. I enjoyed myself.
So you played Japan, you mean you played the Dodgers?
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
Yeah, okay, just checking. Hey, let's get some questions for these guys about their game, about kind of their seasons, futures, the whole bit. Let's get as many as we can.
Walker, first of all, congratulations on being voted the #3 prospect in baseball. What does that feel like to be just 19 years old and have such high expectations?
Man, it's a blessing for sure. When you get to come out here, and I tell people this all the time, I get to play baseball every day. Like, how much better does it get than that? And it's like, if I can go and be the best player I can be and help the team win, and it's what I want to do. So, the expectations, and I feel like people expect a lot out of me, but I appreciate it. That's where I want to be. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and hope I can, exceed those things. So it's truly awesome, man.
All right, good question.
Glenn, if you could eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Are you reading the back of my baseball card? So now I need to get the answer right. What year was that from? 2014. It's got to either be Chipotle or pizza. Chicken burritos.
Chicken
That's
burritos.
Chipotle. There you go.
All right. Has that changed, or are you still eating chicken burritos?
It's changed a little bit.
All right. Not too much, though? All right, there's one on the way back here. I'll come back to you. We're going to get all the way to the back. Oh, we're circumnavigating the globe here.
Perk, I think the answer is yes. Do you remember the last 3 outs you got in the 2014 All-Star game? Who were they?
I'm going to get them, but I'm not going to get them in order. It was Miguel Montero. I think he flew out. And then Josh Harrison, I struck him out. And then it was Charlie Blackmon grounded to second base. So those were the three. It was Montero was the catcher for the Diamondbacks, Josh Harrison, infielder for the Pirates, and then Charlie Blackmon, outfielder for the Rockies.
How many of you guys were here for that, 2014, Target Field? Yeah, pretty cool moment, right?
Can you guys believe that was almost 11 years ago now? I already feel old. I was drafted, you were born in 2005, so I was drafted before he was born. I was graduated high school when he was born, and I was in college when he was born.
Yeah.
And now that All-Star game was 11 years ago. I can't believe how time flies.
Yeah, it moves on. It moves on.
Brooks, of the Major League parks you played in this year, which one was your favorite and why?
I played at Fenway. That was definitely the most special, I think. Just a great experience. I signed the Green Monster, and I had a blast there. I did not play good there, but it was fun. Big park, too. But, yeah, just the history was so special. I just know I remember going on the bus and, seeing just the green all over was special. And I played at Wrigley, too. I didn't have that same feeling as I did at Fenway. And reading some of the names that were on that Green Monster was really cool, too. And I said when I was on Caravan, they also had the best snack room, so that was a big deal for me.
Hey, before we get this one, Brooks, and this is, you're kind of the first of the three to make it up here. Getting all that first stuff out of the way, do you think you're freed up now this year? Will it be easier for you? And not that it's ever easy in the big leagues, but having some of that clutter out of the way?
Yeah, I think going through something the first time is always difficult, but the second time around is a little easier. Baseball is never easy, but I think just navigating the major leagues is a little better for me this coming year. The talent is always going to get better and better, but as we all work hard, so we're going to also adjust to that too. But yeah, I think this year should be something special.
Yeah, new number 2. He looks good in that number 2, doesn't he? Yeah, he's not an offensive lineman anymore.
I realize everyone's journey to the majors is a little different. You're all first-round picks. What keeps you motivated through the ups and downs of that whole journey, even outside of baseball? What just keeps you going, grinding every day?
I mean, I think that you have expectations put on you being a first-round pick. We talked about that right at the beginning of this. But the expectations that all of these guys, that myself included, have for ourselves far exceed any expectations that anybody else has for us. It's self-motivation. That's what got us to the point where we were first-round picks, where we were one of the best 10, 20, 30 players available in the world to be drafted. And so I think that when you lean on that when all these guys are working in the offseason, nobody's watching them, nobody's expecting them to do that. The organization has things for them to do, but if you're not doing more, if you're not doing things that motivate yourself, you're not going to meet any of those expectations. And so those far exceed anything that anybody else can put on you.
Yeah, that's well said. And I will say this, having been around these guys and guys like them for a long time, so competitive, right? Like the money's great, the lifestyle, setting up your family, being recognized on the street, but whether it's tiddlywinks or throwing bags in a park in Owatonna, ice fishing, curling, cribbage, it's competitive. It's wanting to win. I've never yet met a big league ball player who didn't want to win every single activity they participated in at a level that is hard to quantify. So I think that's a big part of it as well. All right, right here.
So from a player development perspective, how has it been being a part of the Twins organization? Is there things that they do that are different or unique from your previous experiences with other organizations or teams?
Well, for me, I was in kind of a unique situation for that. The Twins did a really good job of including my dad, who is my swing coach, my overall baseball coach my whole life. So, like, I was lucky. We got to hit on the field with my dad in Wichita. Same thing in St. Paul. Like, and they get to learn the philosophy that I grew up around, so that when I do struggle, then they know how to fix those problems that I have in my swing. And I think that's something that's really unique to the Twins. And I don't know, like when I was drafted by the Twins, it was the best thing for me because I knew I was going to a good organization that was really going to truly help me out any way that I could. And that's exactly what I got when, you know, I'm hitting on the field with my dad at 11 o'clock before a 7 o'clock game, and the two hitting coaches are there, and you have people shagging, and it just, you know, it really makes the development process a lot quicker, but, you know, the coaches also get to understand you as a player and as a person.
That great answer. You guys want to jump on that?
I mean, I've only been here for a couple of months, but in those couple of months, they've helped me a lot. I've constantly been meeting with all the hitting coordinators, and they've been working with me, just trying to make sure that I'm feeling right and feeling the best that I can feel. So.
Hey, and for a lot of you guys, this might be your first chance with Kalen, Brooks, with Walker. So I'm going to come back up here for a minute. Let's start with you, Kalen. Your game. How would you describe your game? Drafted as a shortstop, a lot of people are. You got the tools to stay there. What do you bring on your best day to the ball field? How would you describe yourself and what people can expect to see from you as a player, as a hitter, and defensively?
I would describe myself as an all-around player. I'm a hard worker. Work ethic is my thing. When I met with the Twins before the draft, that was the biggest thing on me. They know how hard I worked, and I like to prove that by showing it, you know, not just by saying it. But when I'm on the field, it's all gas, no brakes. I just like to be the best player I can be, like just be confident at the highest level and not think about anything but winning. I love to win, and you know that's what I want to do here one day.
Yeah, loving to win. That's a good thing. Walker, we just had the panel on center fielders. They weren't exactly built like you. They were nobody's really built like you. You're an Adonis. You're going to stay in center field. How do you run so fast and still be so big and strong?
Man, I don't know. You know, I try. Yeah, it's genetics, I guess. Try to work out a lot. You know, like you said, Kalen said, we do a lot of work in the off season. There's a lot of stuff that people don't see, and you know, I think that's one reason why we're able to play and compete at the highest level. Like, man, there's no one here that doesn't work hard. And I think that's what it's about, and to not only get there, but then stay there and have a long, successful career.
You like to stay in center? Is that your favorite?
Oh, man. You get to run around out there? You kidding me? Yeah.
Brooks, you got to play in the prospect showcase. Walker, you had I think a hamstring or something, so you didn't get to play in that one. But how was that experience for you last year? I mean, obviously bigger things followed as you made it to the major leagues, but you mentioned measuring stick at Team USA. Was that kind of fun too?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Just a cool setup with the way it was. A lot of great players. That's, I think, the best thing is you get to face up against good competition, and that's something we all look forward to. It's just to compete against the best and win against the best and dominate. So it's really fun to do that, and you know, I don't know if I'll be able to do that again, but I'm looking forward to the guys that come through the Twin system who get to do that.
Yeah, you're out on that. We got that. You leave that to these guys this year. You're done with that part. All right, more questions for these guys. We got about 10 more minutes or so before we have to turn them loose. Front row is a very busy row. Appreciate you guys being here early.
So you played college ball. Did any of you?
Golden Gophers, San Luis Obispo Mustangs, Kansas State Wildcats.
Okay, I thought that was more the exception to the rule.
I think it's got to be pretty even on guys that get drafted out of high school, guys that go to college. There's just different ways that guys develop. Guys develop at different ages. Clearly, he's developed a little quicker than some guys when he's sitting here looking like he's 25. So everybody kind of matures and develops at different ages. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to that other than genetics.
Yeah, and the great thing is you look at these four guys, different body types, different skill sets. They share one thing, though. They're all great baseball players. And that's kind of the beauty of this game, isn't it, guys? Like, you don't have to look one way. There's not one way to look to be a great baseball player. This game is a great equalizer, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, you can be unassuming and still be great at the sport, and you can be tall, short, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can. There's always areas in the game that you can excel at, no matter what you look like, speed and all those things. So it's the best sport, and that's why. I mean, you can really do some damage in this sport no matter who you are.
All right, back over here.
Okay, I have a question for the young guns. When I was in Little League, I was thrown into right field. When I was in Little League, I was right fielder.
Yeah.
How did you choose your position?
For me, growing up, I always wanted to play where the ball was hit the most. And, I played middle infield some growing up and then played center field. Didn't have the best footwork up the middle, and I'd sling it over the fence. So they were like, let's put him in center, run around a little bit. And that was kind of how I chose it. And then I was like I said, I like the ball coming to me. I want to have action out there and be able to make plays. And so that's kind of how I was like, all right, let's play center field.
Brooks, how'd you end up the middle?
My dad? Yeah. It's funny. Until I was like 14, I was just a little short, fat catcher. So I had good hands, but my dad always made sure that I practiced shortstop, second and third. So that's what I did. And then finally, when I hit my growth spurt, I started to turn into somewhat a good shortstop.
Somewhat. Yeah. Kalen?
Same, my dad. I mean, my family never played baseball, and the only thing they knew was that shortstop was the best position on the field. No offense, Walker. Sorry. So I took a lot of my reps there, and I don't know, I got good at it, and I stuck with it.
No offense to you, but I don't think a lot of Little League right fielders are in the big leagues these days. That's, yeah, that's why. I do have this great image of some poor kid who wanted to watch a Little League game in North Carolina, sitting behind first base, and suddenly it's incoming missiles from shortstop as Walker's airmailing the fence. That would be an image. More question. We got a few more minutes with these guys, and then we're going to turn them loose. They'll be all over the place today. You guys can catch up for different sessions. You guys are rock, paper, scissoring to see who asked the question? Well, I tell you what. Why don't we both ask a question? What do we think? Is that okay? All right.
Okay. So the Twins are blowing a team out, and they bring you in to pitch. What are you topping out at?
Well, this is a little different now because they don't let you air it out. When Matt Wallner came in to pitch this year, they told him if you throw it above, 70? If he wasn't allowed to throw above 80. But, so let's assume you're allowed to air it out on the mound.
In high school, that was the last time I pitched. I mean, I got a pretty decent arm. I sat low 90s, so I probably could top low 80s right now. Yeah.
I used to close for my club ball team when I was like 15, and I would throw sidearm. So I was like a sinker slider guy from down here. That's what I would do. I would get outs.
You were a junk baller? You were a junk balling 15-year-old.
Down there.
He was Paul Sewald in 15-year-old travel ball. Walker?
I think I can maybe, mid-80s, but I'd be that guy, like, how slow can I throw it? See if I can get, like, 32, so.
Perk, with whatever's left of your shoulder, where would you be?
I'm just glad that none of these guys think they can pitch, because every position player typically thinks that they can pitch, and every pitcher thinks that they can hit. And so I appreciate these guys' humble nature, knowing that they aren't going to be able to throw that hard from the mound. It's a game changer when you get on the rubber. It's one thing to be able to crow hop and throw from the outfield or field that ball in the middle infield, take a couple steps and air it out. But when you get on the rubber, it's a little different.
A little different.
I don't think I could hit 80 anymore. I think I would be like a mid-70s guy. But I can locate.
You drop it down?
No. That somehow hurts more than throwing overhand.
And everything hurts for you right now. All right. Your question, Bucket Hat.
Is there somebody in the Twins organization that you guys look forward to working with or look up to in any way?
Good question. Are there guys you're looking forward to working with that you haven't yet, or guys you've already had a chance to work with that have been big helps?
Brooks Lee, he's my idol.
I was about to say that too.
I guess, yeah, you guys.
What a cop out.
There's a lot of awesome people, man. me and Kalen, we aren't in the big leagues yet. Being around a lot of the big league guys, like just their nature, how they go about things is really cool. I look forward to hopefully being in the outfield, Buxton, Wallner, whoever it may be, and just kind of learning from them and just understanding the game up here. So.
And this event, when you guys all come in, it's really special, and you get to hang out in that visiting clubhouse. But I've noticed for years now, there's kind of pods, right? There's like the minor league pod, and then there's like the veteran pitchers are over here. Do you get a chance to kind of intermingle a little bit? And Brooks, now you're in both camps because you've played with guys on both sides. Is it a little easier this year now that you've cracked into that big league group?
Yeah, I think so. I was kind of in the middle. I was kind of the only guy from my class in high A and double A, and then once I got to triple A in the big leagues and I saw Festa, I played with Travis Adams a little bit, who's also here. So, yeah, it's that's like my favorite part about baseball is obviously the game, but the teammates. It's so fun just to spend time with them on and off the field. And so when you're close to the guys, it makes it that much easier.
Kalen, Walker, any chance you guys play together this year? Have you?
Yeah, we played together.
Yeah, last year, right?
Cedar Rapids.
I think we'll see a lot of each other. So.
I think that's a good thing and a bad thing for opposing teams right there. All right.
Hey, which major league pitcher are you guys most excited to face?
I like that.
I'll say Paul Skeens. In college, I faced him my sophomore year, so I kind of want to face him again now that he's all-star status. I want to see what different he is. So.
How'd you do against him?
1 for 3. I got a knock. Yeah, that's Hall of Fame. You only need to hit 300. So hey.
I want to face Drew Thorpe again. Yep. That was special at bat, and I want to do it again. So.
And for those of you who don't know, you and Drew, essentially, he's like your brother, basically, right?
Yeah, college teammates, roommates, everything.
And the first time you faced him?
First time I faced him, ground ball to second. Second time, struck out on 3 pitches. Third at bat, homer.
How have your conversations with him been this offseason? Do they focus on the homer, or do they focus on the 3-pitch strikeout?
It's like half and half because that's what he brings up, and then, and then it is what it is. He's also very competitive too, so. But he doesn't talk much. He's kind of a brick wall, so I have to get him out of it and instigate him a little bit.
Kind of a brick wall. Walker, anybody you'd love to dig in against?
I think DeGrom would be a fun one. He's the best when he's healthy, and I think that challenging aspect of it, of going up there and trying to compete, would be a lot of fun.
How fun is it for some of these spring training opportunities? And I know, Kalen, you just got drafted, so you're going to get down there and get to mess it up for the first time. But, Brooks, you've been through it. Walker, you were banged up a little bit, but you'll get more of it this year, where you're called over to the big field and you're facing some of these arms, whether it be a live BP with your own guys or otherwise. How much fun is that when you're on the ascent towards the big leagues to kind of see where you stack up?
It's awesome. Last year was my first spring training, and I was able to do that. So I faced some of the big league guys and AAA guys, some of the older guys, and kind of just seeing what the highest level is like. Obviously no one's in mid-season form yet, but you're like, all right, this guy is pitching against the best hitters in the world, and I get to go and step in off of him and see how you stack up. So it's a lot of fun. Like I said, it's challenging. You got to go and compete, but you learn from it. You always, whether I succeeded or failed, you learn something from it. So I think that's my favorite part about it is I think at the end of the day, it's going to make me better.
Perk, it's funny because when you talk to big league guys, whether it's a rehab or they have to go down to the minor leagues or spring training, maybe you get your work in on a backfield, big league guys hate facing like minor league hitters, right? And minor league hitters sometimes tune you up.
More often than not. It's 2 things, right? So if a major league pitcher is going down to get work in spring training, they're just trying to get their pitches in there. It's more about just getting the work than it is executing anything, trying to make yourself feel good. Those minor league hitters really know what's going on. They know who they're facing. I got to face my very first spring training. We went over to City of Palms, Boston, and David Ortiz was in the lineup that day. And so he was batting third every inning. I had to face him 5 times in spring training. David Ortiz had no idea who I was. Of course I know that's David Ortiz. And so if I'm throwing to everybody else 90 miles an hour. I'm throwing to him 95 miles an hour. So I gassed it up to him, focused on that a little bit more. I think the other thing, though, I don't want to make these guys feel bad, but you can't set minor league hitters up. They're up there swinging, they're up there hacking, trying to get the first pitch in the zone they can. The funniest one was Johan Santana. He would go down there. He's winning Cy Youngs in the big leagues, and he would go down there, and he's supposed to throw 5 innings or 75 pitches, whichever comes first, and he's throwing 3 innings and giving up 8 runs, and he's out. And because the minor league hitters wouldn't recognize the changeup, they wouldn't recognize what he was trying to do to them, so like things didn't match. But once you get to the big leagues, that everything levels out a little bit more.
Well, as they continue their climb to the big leagues, good chance that both Walker and Kalen will play for Brian Dinkelman this year at some point in Wichita. You were with Dink at Fantasy Camp. I've known him for years. We love him. What would you tell these guys about their future skipper?
I mean, I think they're going to love him. I know that Brooks played with Dink. Got to be one of your favorite coaches you had.
Yeah, he was awesome.
He's
Great
a guy, he keeps it light, he has fun, but he's very serious. And I think the coaches that are in the minor leagues, especially up at the higher levels, with Dink in AA, with Toby in AAA, there's some experience there of coaching, and they know how to motivate guys. They know how to get the best out of them. So I think those guys are in a really good position to prepare any players to come up here and play for Rocco.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Before we let these guys go, we'll just go down the line. TwinsFest, for you guys, you're out here, you're getting autographs, you're getting pictures taken, you're doing all sorts of fun games, events like this. I want to put you guys in your fan shoes for a second. Kalen, if you were attending TwinsFest today as a fan, who is the Twin you would most want to get an autograph or picture with or talk to?
Definitely Walker Jenkins.
Present company accepted.
I came here for one person only, Walker Jenkins. That's it.
All right, Brooks, you can't say Walker.
I was gonna, but I would probably have to do Cole Sands.
Cole Sands, all right. Walker? And if you say Kalen, so help me.
Probably Carlos Correa. I think that'd be who I'd want to go see and pick his brain, just about hitting and everything.
And do you guys, have you met all of the, we got Herbeck's roaming around and Carew and Oliva and Berenguer's wandering around in the clubhouse. Do you get a chance to talk to all those guys?
I have a little bit, not as much as I'd like yet. I can't speak for them though.
All right, Perk. Perk, you were a fan at TwinsFest.
I look at this a little bit differently. I'm gonna go and wait in line for any of these guys because in a couple years their lines are gonna be too long, and you're not gonna want to sit around and wait. Carlos Correa's line's really long. Rod Carew's line, Tony Oliva's line, they're really long. These guys' lines are gonna be a little bit shorter right now, but in a couple years when they start doing things on that field right there, the lines are gonna get real long. So take advantage. Get some time with these guys right now before it becomes more difficult.
Very well said. That is a perfect way to wrap it up. It won't be long now before all three of these gentlemen are going to be doing their thing and plying their trade right here at Target Field for you. Right now, continue to enjoy their ascension. How about a huge, huge TwinsFest round of applause for Kalen and Brooks, Walker, and Glenn. All right, boys, we're going to turn you loose to your next assignment. And for those of you who stick around, we're going to get fired up, and I think we're going to be live here on WCCO for the next several hours. So feel free to stick around and see who might wander by.
Good morning, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar from WCCO Radio. Let's get a round of applause so everyone knows how many people are here. We are live at Target Field. WCCO Radio will be all day. People saluting me with their beverages. I like that. We're at Target Field for TwinsFest. It's an entire day of interviewing players, management, getting you pumped up for this season. Joining me on stage right now is Chris Atterbury, the voice of the Twins, and of course, Willie Castro, the MVP of your Minnesota Twins. Willie, it is so wonderful to be able to chat with you. I was at the Diamond Awards on Thursday. What did it mean for you to be named MVP?
I mean a lot. I wasn't expecting that. I know, obviously, I'm a player that just go out there, just have fun with the guys and do my best to help my team win, and yeah, it was great to receive that.
Well, and before we get too far along, Vanita had a birthday yesterday, so how about a big happy birthday for Vanita up here? We don't want to let that slip away before we get too far along. Willie, you come off of last year, and obviously you received more recognition around the league. You were an all-star, deservedly so, had that experience. Yeah, well, I'd clap for that. So what now? What did you take from last year into your training? Because if there's one thing we know in this game, you never get to stop and enjoy it. You always got to keep moving forward.
I just think a big part of me this last 2 years that I've been with the team, or 3 this year, it's been being consistent, having a routine and sticking to that routine every day. That's what's keeping me being the player that I am today, the utility that I am today. And yeah, I just think it's all in the routine. I think I just give 100% every day, every time I go out there. And like I said, I just try to do little things that makes a big difference in the game. That's what keeping me the abilities that I have today and the player that I am today.
So when we talk, let's look back, though, to that moment when you found out about the All-Star appearance. Can you just walk us through that? Because we were all so excited for you. What was that moment like, and being there for the first time?
It's something that I'm never going to forget. Obviously, we were in San Francisco, and I saw, when I woke up, it was like 9:30, I saw a missed call by Rocco. And I got scared. I was nervous. I was nervous, and I didn't know, because all the bad thoughts was coming to my mind. Like, I did something wrong in the game. He wanted to talk to me or something that happened. I don't know. I didn't run out a ball or something. And yeah, he said, I called him, and he told me that if he could go to my room to have a chat with me. And I was really nervous. I didn't know what he was going to tell me. I couldn't even brush my teeth. I was so nervous because I was just thinking, like, what he's going to tell me, like, what did I do? And when he got up there, he knocked on my door. I opened the door, and he told me, congratulations, you made the All-Star team. It was something that I'm never going to forget. Obviously, now I'm going to work harder. I want to keep going every year because it's a really nice experience to be there and enjoying time there with family and getting to know new faces, great players. And yeah, it was something that I'm never going to forget, and obviously I'm going to work harder to keep going.
We love hearing that.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I think your selection highlights kind of a part of the game that is off overlooked, and that is the ability to play so many positions so well. And it's not, I'm a utility guy because I can't play one spot. It's, I'm a utility guy because I can help us win at a lot of spots. And you now have a big role in moving the game in a direction where people respect that more, I think. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's, obviously, as a player, I know it's going to open more doors for me, being able to play other positions. I get asked a lot, like, how do you feel playing other positions? And I say I really feel comfortable in it. I feel like natural in every position that I play. And obviously, it's something in the work that I've been doing. One day if I started in the outfield, I work the outfield, I get a little bit of ground balls, and I'm not going to be switching around. I know Rocco he likes to be switching guys during the game. And yeah, I just think my abilities is what is keeping me the player that I am today. And yeah, I really enjoy every second that I'm out there, every time I cross those lines. I do whatever it takes to help my team win.
And piggybacking off that, I was talking to Rocco during the Diamond Awards on Thursday night, and I said, who's on first? Who's going to be on first? And he mentioned your name, so that might be next.
For sure. I think on Monday I'm gonna order my first base gloves, so I'll be ready.
It's a good plan.
I'll be ready. Like I said, whatever they're gonna need me, I will go out there and do my best.
And one of your workout partners is Carlos Santana. Pretty good guy if you have any questions about playing first base.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. Obviously, everybody talked great about him. They all asked me when I came in, and how is Carlos? And man, we wish we would have had him back. He's a great guy, great player. I mean, he's a guy that you enjoy to be around him, because you learn so many things about him. He's been around the game for a while, so man, he's a great human being.
Two things you like to do in the off season that's not baseball related. What did you enjoy doing?
Well, number one, spend time with my family. That's something that keeps me going every day, makes me focus more, makes me work harder. And I think, just vacation, probably being Dominican, Punta Cana, and being there with family is something that I really enjoy. I just try to be with them as much as I can.
Are you a beach guy? Like, what's the perfect vacation setup for you?
Yeah, I'm a beach guy, but I mean, I don't like going in the water because, I just like to see the view. I like to sit there. They can enjoy whoever I go with my wife, my kids, and yeah, I like to see the view. I just like to be relaxed in the sand, and that's it.
Yeah, a lot of stuff swimming in that water.
Yeah,
You don't need to mess with that.
Yeah.
Willie, we wish you the best. We were all cheering for you, so happy for your success last season. It's exciting to think of what's ahead now in 2025. I tried my Spanish on him.
Yeah.
I've been taking Spanish. Did I do okay?
That was great.
Okay,
That was
estoy
great.
aprendiendo a hablar español. Es muy bien, huh?
That was great, yeah.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Willie Castro, everybody.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Trevor Larnach and Louis Varland. They're both newlywed guys. We'll talk to them coming up. coming. Good morning, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar. We are back live at TwinsFest, WCCO Radio, broadcasting all day long with different players and management as well, giving people the opportunity to get pumped up for the Twins season. Joining us now on stage, Chris Atterbury is here with me, and we are chatting with Louis Varland and Trevor Larnach, who are both newlywed guys. What a busy off season for both of them. I'm going to start with Louis on this one because I follow you on Instagram. The pictures were lovely. Can you just tell us what that was like? And I know she's been a childhood sweetheart of yours.
Yes, she is the best. She's here in the stands, or the seats. I don't know where she's sitting at, but oh, there she is over there. Yeah. It was a great day, dream come true, one of the best days of my life, and she was beautiful that day, and everything worked out great. It was awesome.
Did you have any baseball themes at all to the wedding?
No baseball themes. A couple of people did suggest we do something like a midnight snack, be like hot dogs and and ballpark food, but we did not end up doing that. So.
Okay, and Trevor, I got to hear about yours. It must have just been magical. Was it December, was it?
It was November.
November,
but
too.
Absolutely. I had it in Little Elm, Texas. It was absolutely beautiful. I did no planning. She did it all, and she did a great job. A lot of baseball players were there, a lot of family friends, loved ones. It was one of the best days ever. It was awesome.
And this was very important because your bride is also the MVP of the spring training softball game, raining. So I needed to keep her under contract, right, so she could come out and hit some more home runs against Tampa Bay.
I had to secure her for sure. But actually, it was a running joke. I would hear some trash talking in the clubhouse. She had a better swing than I do on the actual baseball field. So it can be embarrassing for me, but I'm also very proud, as you know.
Hey, and the weddings are great, and we're so happy for both of you guys and your families. But it also puts a spotlight on something people don't think about. They think about your life being so glamorous, but you have to cram an entire year's worth of stuff into this tiny little off season somehow. I know, speaking even for my wife, how many weddings she went to alone because I was at a baseball stadium. So to cram this in, it's hard, right? Because it's like a compacted version of a year for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time, we're trying to get ready for this upcoming season. So we're training every single day. And pitchers are a little different than hitters, but I work out with Royce Lewis. He brought me down to Frisco, Texas, and we're training every day. We're hitting every day, throwing, fielding, running. It's a lot. And then, of course, we try to make time for our wives and our lives outside of baseball, too.
Louis, what did you think of the caravan? I know you went to Wilmer, and you and Brooks Lee actually played in Wilmer, if you didn't know that. Was it great to be back?
Yes, it was. It's been a long time coming. Stingham, for one, with the Stingers. It was great. It was great going out there. I saw my host family again, which was my college teammates' parents. So it was great seeing them and great seeing the whole community and everything. So
You know, Brooks, when I talked to him this week on CCO Radio, he compared Wilmer in the summer to California in the summer, and I've never heard that comparison.
I haven't either. But I will say you can't beat a Minnesota summer. I will put that up against any place else, but yeah.
And I will say, I was on that caravan. Louis killed it. Everywhere we went, Louis was crushing it. He beat up on some kids, little kids in bags in Owatonna. He
No mercy.
curled. But the best part was we went ice fishing, right? Now, Louis is true Minnesotan, right? He does his podcasts from an ice house. Brooks Lee is a wannabe fisherman who's just starting. Brooks and I both caught fish on the ice before Louis did. Louis came in great guns. He's like, what's the bait? I feel like with the weather conditions and the ice, I think maybe shiners. Do we have the live scope? He was on it, but we actually got to outfish him, which was kind of fun.
Yeah, they did outfish me, which was a little embarrassing, but I didn't have any technology with me in my haul, and then there was also the beginner's luck factor, and you have to factor that in.
There's a little bit of that. Trevor, what's your off season like beyond the wedding? What was it like for you?
For me specifically, a lot of training. We didn't travel a whole lot this year. Didn't take a honeymoon, but that'll be coming in the future, maybe next off season after. But honestly, a lot of training. She helps me out in a lot of different ways. My wife, she'll cook for me, she'll clean and everything. So she's big helpful with that. I'm very blessed and thankful for sure. But other than that, we spend time with friends and other ball players that are in the area, and just enjoy our free time.
Is it good to have that reset after a season, just to really decompress and then focus on getting ready for the next season?
Yeah, everyone's different. Some guys will take a month off. Some guys will take a couple weeks off. But up to the point now, I think Louis and I were talking about the other day, like we're ready to get to Florida. There's a point in time where you get enough time off and you start getting the itch and you want to get back to it.
Trev, I want to talk about your season a little bit because you leveled up again. I still think you're just scratching the surface of the big league player you're going to be. I feel you're such a talented guy in the batter's box and in the field. You did it despite not really being truly healthy. I mean, you started with the foot issue. You had a hamstring. You played through that, still put up the best numbers of your career. How healthy are you now? And is the sky the limit for you heading into this spring?
I would love to think so. I believe it for myself. I think every player should believe that. But I feel healthy as ever right now. I feel great. Like I said, I have the itch to get back, but those words mean a lot, man. Thank you. I truly work as hard as I possibly can, and we're so fortunate to be where we're at, and we just want to take full advantage of that for sure.
Louis, let's talk about your season. I know you wanted to do better, probably, and I know you will this season. What kind of mindset did you have after last season and looking forward now to 2025?
Yeah, obviously the season wasn't ideal for me, but I learned a lot, and I'll say if any athlete struggles, the worst thing you can do is not learn from it. So I've learned a lot about myself, my teammates, my coaches, where to go forward, and all that, and we're confident as ever coming into this season, and yeah, so.
That's good.
I look around the room downstairs, and I love this event for things like this, but also for you guys behind the scenes, just sitting in the clubhouse, getting back together in the off season. When I look around the room at the roster, I see guys who have so much more that's still to come. I think you're still a young roster, and whether it's you two, whether it's Royce, whether it's Brooks, whether it's a David Festa, I feel like there are guys poised to make major leaps forward this year. I think this team's ready to win now. Do you guys agree?
I agree, yeah. We have a lot of young players, but all that needs to happen is experience, coming together, playing well, staying healthy. I think looking on paper, I think this team is full of extraordinary talent, great guys, and I'm excited for this year, truly.
Louis, and people may not realize this, Louis' mom used to work at WCCO Radio, got to know her, just the greatest lady. And how are your parents doing? And you still don't work with your dad in his business, do you?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
That is very frowned upon now, especially with all the sheetrock hauling. But my parents are great. They're doing great. I guess I live in central Minnesota, and I come down to visit them all the time. And yeah, and they're doing great. And no more drywall, but I still ask my dad about how everything's going, and I do miss it. It is kind of fun.
That's great.
I will say, so Vanita, we were waiting to go on in Mankato, and they have us in like a storage closet. It's unpainted. And Louis starts kind of eyeing it, and we're like, I don't know about those seams. I don't know about that tape job. They didn't even put the screws in up top. They just, so he hasn't lost his edge.
Who do you guys look to as mentors on the team? Louis, who do you look up to as someone that you go to when you're going through a rougher time?
Yeah, it's probably with no surprise, but it's Pablo Lopez. The dude is an open book. He's been through everything, has all the experience now, and he's a great pitcher, great mind to pick apart. So last year when I was struggling, I would always go to him and sit down with him in his locker and just pick his brain and get advice and all that.
He has such a thoughtful approach to this sport. Last spring training, he was telling us just how he journals, and I just talked to him yesterday, and he went through some of those journals and reflected on it. Do you think about journaling at all, or has he?
I do. Yeah, I do. And not just that, but yoga and meditating and all that good stuff. It's like half the game is like the mental side, and it is a skill. It's something you got to learn. Some guys just have it. A lot of other guys have to learn it, and last year I did a lot of that, and so yeah, I'm learning that skill.
That's great.
Yoga, man.
I
like it. I
Good
like it.
stuff.
All right, what about you, Trevor? There's so many different types of hitters on this club, and every hitter they have their hitting team. You have the team's hitting guys. Then you have teammates. So in terms of teammates and also the return of Bork Schulte as your hitting coach, who's a guy I know you work quite a bit with.
Yeah, for me in the outfield, since day one, I've always looked up to Byron. Buck has always been same person every single day since day one. Great human being, has always been there for me and younger guys. He helps us out. We talk through things. and he just wants to win and compete. And obviously, like, he plays as hard as he possibly can. I truly respect that out of him. But as far as Borgs goes, we've had him in 2019. I think Miranda, myself, Royce, Michael Hellman, handful of guys. We played with him, and you know, in the day and age of a lot of information analytics, he's a simplified hitting coach, and I think that's a really big deal for us.
And I would argue, big league hitting coach, one of the hardest jobs in baseball because everybody's got their own plan. He has to incorporate all of that. If you guys hit well, the hitting coach gets no credit. But if you don't hit well, the hitting coach gets publicly made the bad guy. It's a hard job, right?
Yeah. Bottom line is, I would never want to be a hitting coach.
And you think about hitting 24/7, and you still wouldn't want to be a hitting coach.
It's my job to hit, and I promise you, those guys almost have it harder than us that we do in the box. They're dealing with every single different individual that has to play, face different pitchers, pitches, approaches, everything, and it's a hard job. So my hat is really off to all those guys, whether it be at the bottom of the system to the top. They're very tough.
Louie and Trevor, thank you so much. It was great to chat with you. How about a round of applause for these guys? Newlyweds, don't they just? I just hope you have fabulous seasons. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for
we'll
having
be
me. Thank you, guys.
back
Thanks
with
for coming, y'all.
Carlos Correa. Good morning, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar, live from TwinsFest here at Target Field with Chris Atterbury. We're on stage talking to different players and managers, and guess who we've got on stage? Carlos Correa. Carlos,
guys.
it's wonderful to have you here. I tried my Spanish out on you. What do you think? Muy bien?
Perfect. It's perfect. I love it. You've been
Okay.
doing great.
Muchas gracias. I've been working on my Spanish. But Carlos, it's so wonderful to talk to you. What has this off season been like for you? I know it was tough near the end of the season with the plantar fasciitis, going through all that. But now as you approach 2025, how are you doing?
Doing great. I focused the entire off season on getting my feet right, and I've been working with this doctor down there and been focusing a lot on my treatment. But not only that, also strengthening those areas of my body that in the past I paid no attention because I never had problems with my feet before, right? But every injury teaches you something about your body, and then you start learning, and then you start improving. And this year I feel strong, I feel ready to go, and I feel like it's going to be a great year to be a Minnesota Twin.
We love hearing that, don't we? Yes, that sounds great.
And I will tell you flat out, I love watching this guy play shortstop. There is nothing like watching this guy play shortstop. Post-shift era, even more so. We had some young shortstops up here earlier. Kalen Culpepper, Brooks Lee. I know one of the beautiful things you do as a member of this organization is you share your knowledge because you're a real craftsman of the position. What are some of the things you tell younger players when they come to you for advice on playing that middle infield?
Yeah, for me the most important is to put in the time and the work, right? It's your natural abilities are your natural abilities, but then you got to take them to a different level. And the only way to take it to a different level is to constant repetition. The right repetition will make you better at anything you do in life. And that's all I tell them during spring training. Let's go out there, let's get ground balls, let's work together, let's move our feet. And the more reps that you do at a high intensity and with great quality, you get better.
When we were doing the Diamond Awards on Thursday, you weren't able to attend, but you recorded a lovely message. You won the Bob Allison Leadership Award. What does that mean to you? I chatted with Rocco a little bit about your leadership and how it is so integral to this team.
It means a lot to get recognized like that. I wouldn't call myself the leader of the team. I just try to help as many people as possible. And then naturally people gravitate towards you, right? When they see that you have the best interests at heart to help them become better players, better people, better parents, better husbands, they gravitate. And we have great conversations in that clubhouse, not only about baseball, but about life in general. And I love and care for every single one of the guys there. I want their family to be taken care of in the future at the end of the day. And I think that they recognize that and they see that.
Well, this kind of kicks off the 2025 season. TwinsFest does. Spring training just around the corner, and then we get rolling, and I know you're thrilled to get started. We were just talking with Trevor Larnach up here in Louis Varland. I'm really high on this team. I love this roster, and there are young players who I believe are just scratching the surface. Baseball, we know, isn't linear. You don't just show up and graduate a level. You have to put the work in. But would you agree that whether it's Larnach or Wallner or Miranda or Lewis, Lee, we've got some young talent that has an ascendant path in front of them?
Yeah, no, definitely the potential and the projections that we see with these guys, the way they've been working this offseason, it's going to be a great season for the Minnesota Twins. And we got so much talent, and these guys haven't even hit halfway of what they could become in the future, right? So I feel like the young guys are going to take a step forward this year. They're going to be so much better. Us veterans, we got to stay on the field, do a better job of taking care of ourselves, and just go out there and perform every single day for every one of you guys. And I think we're going to be in a great position come this year.
Rocco was talking about this is the first off season that Byron Buxton has been able to just prepare for the season and not have to rehab. When you talk about a team with a healthy Correa and a healthy Buxton, watch out. And I think that a lot of us feel that way.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's gonna be fun to watch. Having me, Buck, and Royce in the lineup at the same time for the majority of the season is gonna be key for us this year. And like I said, the young guys stepping up and showing that different level that we're talking about. It's going to be important for our team and for you guys. You guys are going to watch a lot of fun baseball from us, and we're excited for that.
And players like Carlos don't become great players in this game and as respected as he is without also continuing to improve. You add something new every year. I feel like you level up every year of your career. What are you working on? What's cooking this offseason? What are we going to see in your game?
So last year I improved a lot on, I had problems in 2023 with the slider. I improved a lot on that. Last year I was a really good hitter against sliders last year and sinkers, which was giving me a lot of problems in the past. And now, I've reassessed and looked at the pitches that gave me a little bit of trouble last year. Even though it was a good year offensively, you still want to get better, like you said. And, I've targeted those points. Our new hitting coach, Matt, he went down to Houston for 2-3 days, and we spent some time together. We broke everything down. We set a plan and this year's going to be an even better one for you guys.
You talk about working with your teammates to be better husbands and fathers. I know family is so important to you. And I've seen you with your kids. I was at an event and you were there with your kids, how much they mean to you. What is it like, that extra time you get with them in the off season with your family to decompress and then focus on the next season?
Yeah, it's the off season is a special time, right? During the season, I leave home to my kids crying every single day because they don't want me to leave. And that's tough as a parent, You go walk out the door, you got to leave them crying because they want to spend time with you. But at the same time, that tells me the job I'm doing as a father, because if they want to spend the whole day with me, that's something very positive, right? During the off season, I work out in the mornings, and if my son wakes up before I leave, he's like, "Papi, don't leave to work out." I'm like, I gotta get ready for the season, baby. I'll be back home around 1 or 2 p.m. But I got ready on the season because I got a lot of people counting on me, and I also take him sometimes so he can see the amount of work that it takes to be really good at something that you love. And you guys don't get to see that, but I wake up at 7 a.m. I get home at 2 p.m. and that's the off season. So it's 5, 6, 7 hours of work every single day just to get ready for next season. And I do that because I respect my job. I respect you guys' time. And I want you guys to enjoy watching me play shortstop. I want you guys to enjoy me playing baseball every single day. So I don't take it lightly that you guys are here, that you guys show up every single day to the field to watch me play. So I want to be at my best and perform my best for you guys. So thank you guys again.
Wonderful insight. Wonderful. You can hear the passion in your voice.
And when you hear Rocco talk about leadership isn't the mouth. It's that. That's where young players look at Carlos and say, oh, that's what it takes. That's the type of effort year-round, because there is no off-season.
Yeah, this is the offseason, I guess, is special. I had, like I said, Matt, the hitting coach, our new hitting coach, he flew down to Houston, and I said, hey, come work out with me. He's like, oh, yeah, probably an easy workout. And I killed it an hour into the workout. I was throwing up, and he was like, I can't go nowhere. I'm like, hey, I got snacks here. You want some snacks? And I'm like, no, I'm good. You keep working out, I'll watch you, and then we go hit. And that was just a workout before we went and did all the baseball stuff. So, when the coaches actually get to come down and see everything that we do to prepare for the season, they cannot hang. So we got to get the coaches in shape, too.
You talk about preparation. Are there certain things you do with your diet and how you eat? I think you are really pretty regimented with all of that.
Yeah. I eat a pretty strict diet. When friends come to the house and they see me only eating steaks and everybody's munching on the pizza and I'm just eating steaks and eggs and all that. But at the same time, like I said, I respect my job too much, and I don't have too much time left in this sport, and I want to finish strong and give it everything I got. So I do my best with the diet, with the way I sleep, the way I worked. I try to take care of everything because at the end of the day, if something happens that I can control, like an injury or something, at least I knew that I did my best to stay on the field, and I was responsible and I respected my job.
Dinner in Carlos's room on the road is like the greatest honor a teammate can get. This guy, he can chef it up. Don't be fooled. He and his crew can chef it up.
Some nice steaks. The favorite thing that I make for my teammates, can you believe, is chocolate pancakes. I got this recipe of healthy chocolate pancakes that I make with cacao and yada yada. Well, my teammates, one time we were in Chicago and I had 24 people in the room just munching on pancakes. I made 105 pancakes for my teammates. And I'm like, guys, I think the plantar fasciitis came because of you guys wanting pancakes every night.
And I want you to know, earlier this morning, Deshaun Kersey Jr. was one of the first guys in, and he went in to get some bottle of water or something. He saw donuts in that back room, and he looked at me and he goes, does Carlos know?
I'm that guy. Sorry, guys.
How do you have that willpower? It's just it's part of you, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you gotta. It depends on what you value in life, right? I value performing for you guys. I value being on the field for you guys, and research shows that sugar creates inflammation, and the more inflammation you have in your body, the better chances you have of getting hurt. So that's not something I want. So I try to put it away and not get into the bad sweets, because at the end of the day, I want to be on the field playing every day. It sucks not being on the field. I love being on the field for you guys.
I bet.
Yeah, pro's pro. Hey,
I'll eat donuts when I retire.
Plenty of time for that.
A lot of them.
You got some snow down in Houston. How'd the boys like it? Did they go crazy?
Yeah, they loved it. We saw the snow coming down. I woke up like at 8 a.m. and the city of Houston, it's like 25 degrees, and the city of Houston is completely paralyzed because they're not ready for the snow. And over here it's -20, and I hear some people have to go to work still. So we are home. We wake up. I see the snow just falling down super hard. It's Houston, right? It's not Minnesota. Like, we're not used to that over there. And I wake up the kids right away. I'm like, guys, you gotta go see that. Got them dressed right away. We went outside. Well, they wanted to throw snowballs at Daddy. So okay, throw all the snowballs that you want. The snow started getting in my hoodie, in my pants, everything. You know how all that goes. But the boys were having fun. I sled them around the backyard. I sled Daniela, my wife, around too. So it was fun. It was a good time. It was a good time.
Gosh. Carlos Correa, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank
So
you.
fun to talk to you. Have an awesome season. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you during the season. Yes. Spring training. Anybody going to spring training? I'll see you
TwinsFest
there.
continues on WCCO Radio. Next, we are talking to Zebby Matthews. Good morning, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar, live at Target Field, TwinsFest. How about a round of applause for Zebby Matthews, who's on stage here with Chris Atterbury and me. Zebby, I was there at the Diamond Awards, Minor League Pitcher of the Year for the Twins. What was that like for you to get that award, earn it, and know that you have the respect of somebody in this organization?
Yeah, I mean, it was really special, to get that recognition. It meant a lot, knowing the year that I had. The work doesn't stop now. There's plenty more to be done.
You handled it very well. Were you nervous at all to be in front of the big group and everything? You seemed comfortable.
Not too bad. I had 2 days on the caravan before, so I had my practice.
That's good. That's good. And you were with
good.
Chris.
So no, he had Corey and Justin.
Corey and Justin.
He had
Okay.
Corey and Justin. I had Louie and Perk and Brooks Lee. Zebby, it was an amazing year. You start in high A, you end up in the big leagues, and not just in the big leagues, but starting in really big games. After a year like that, as opposed to throwing more new stuff into your mix, is it just a matter of taking what got you here and fine-tuning it, becoming more consistent with it?
I mean, I think it's definitely a combination of both. You know, you want to keep what you do well, you want to keep building on that, but, you know, you also want to keep improving. You know, keep trying new stuff to, you know, keep yourself getting better and, you know, keep hitters off balance.
To Chris's point, how did you handle that jump up in attention? All of a sudden, you're doing so well. You've risen, you know, from the ranks, and people are looking at you saying, "Wow, this guy's really good."
Yeah, I don't know if I handled it too well, so I won't take all the credit there. But, you know, it was just, you know, just trying to be myself out here. You know, keep trying to pitch well out there, and then, you know, with the media, just do the best I can. So.
And you're doing
You're a
well.
part of a pipeline now that's really churning. The Twins have done an amazing job organizationally of doing what every org is trying to do, which is develop starting pitching. It's really, really hard to do. Between yourself, between David Festa, what Simeon was able to do last year, and more guys like Adams and Morris along the way, what is it about the developmental process that has allowed you guys to unlock the talent over the course of these journeys?
I mean, I give a lot of credit to all the minor league coaches and coordinators, everybody down there. They do a tremendous job with us, you know, helping us, developing us, you know, kind of giving us new things to try. You know, they don't force it on us. It's just like, hey, like let's see if this works. It's a really good relationship with them. So a lot of credit to them, like Tommy, Nat, Jonas, everybody down there. They do a great job.
That's great. So when you look at we want to get to know you a little better, just as a person. Give us a little bit of the story of your name, Zebby, how that came about, and also what are you like in the off season? So first, let's start with your name.
So my full name is Daniel Zebulon Matthews. I've gone by Zebby my whole life. The only time I go by Daniel is if I'm in trouble with my parents, which happens far more than it should. But yeah, it's always been Zebby. So if you call me Daniel and I'm like walking by, I'll probably ignore you. It's not on purpose. It's just out of habit. But then like in the off season, I don't do a whole lot. I play a lot of golf, but then it gets too cold. So then I play some video games. You know, just kind of hang out, spend some time with my family, friends back home that I don't see a whole lot throughout the year. But yeah, just kind of hanging out.
What was the off season like after, you know, some of the attention you got last season when you were just getting together with friends and family? It must have been different.
Yeah, they give me a hard time about it. You know, they tease me about it. They're like, oh my gosh, like my little brother's playing with you on the video game or whatever, and you give up a home run, and I'm like, oh, it happened in the game too. Don't worry. But no, it's awesome. The friends and family back home, they're awesome.
Well, first, I want to know what's in the water in North Carolina. You and Walker Jenkins, they don't grow them small apparently in the Tar Heel State. But what was the big league moment for you? Everybody gets one, and sometimes it's walking into a clubhouse. Sometimes it's the team flight. Sometimes it's throwing a pitch that you struck out a ton of minor league dudes on, and a big leaguer spits on it and walks out to first base. What did you have a big league moment?
This is gonna be funny. So I drove in the parking lot, you know, the first day, and I had my car from high school at the time. So I drove in the parking lot. You know, I'm parking my car, and then like, you know, everybody else got like super nice cars here, and then I'm just backing my little car up there, and then and next to everybody else, it was real funny. But then walking in the clubhouse and seeing everybody, like seeing the name on the locker and everything in your locker, it was pretty special.
Oh,
I feel that way in the parking lot every day, every single day. Don't scratch Carlos's Bentley.
That is such a real moment. That is so great. When you look at your mentors on this team, we've asked some of the younger guys this. Who's the guy you look up to the most? Who's really helped you?
I mean, I think there's countless guys that we can look up to on this team. You know, we have so many great leaders. They lead by example. You know, they help on and off the field. But I know for me, like Bailey and Pablo, we're a big help. This year, you know, trying to adjust to the big league hitters, adjust to the everyday, you know, kind of grind up here. They were a super big help for me.
You've always known this. There's a lot of psychology with this sport and your position. How did you handle some of the ups and downs? You know, there were some lows last season. You know, it's hard after you come off a really good game and follow it up with a game that maybe wasn't what you wanted. How did you deal with those ups and downs?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm still definitely working on. You know, as a pitcher, it can be hard after a bad game because, you know, you have to wait 4 or 5 more days until you get to throw again. But, you know, it's just, you know, you kind of just go back to, you know, trying to reinstill that confidence in yourself and then, you know, get to your bullpen, you know, have a good bullpen and then, you know, kind of build on that confidence, you know, get to the next start.
Nobody gets to the big leagues alone. It's sometimes a high school coach, a teacher, parents, friends. Who are some of the instrumental figures in your youth and developing you into the guy we see here today?
There's too many to say. One, for example, my college pitching coach, Taylor Sandifer, played a big part in my development. You know, going from, you know, a small town in high school, you know, he kind of took a chance on me, you know, out of junior college, and he stuck with me. He worked with me. We made a lot of changes. He did so much for me, and I can't thank him enough.
What would a little Zebby Matthews in Little League think of the grown-up Zebby Matthews now?
When was he ever little?
I know.
I was actually very small.
That's a
I was small growing up. He would. I mean, I don't think he would really believe that I was here. You know, being here is really special, and I can't think of a better place to be.
So you got here, and so few do. I use this number all the time. If you took everybody who's ever worn a big league uniform, even for an hour, it would be about half of Target Field seats. That's how hard it is to get here. But I know you're not satisfied being here. You want to stay, and you want to excel, and you want to win here. How does that change in the offseason from striving for that goal, you weren't even in big league camp, to now wanting to not only be back in the big league rotation, but to excel there?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it changes a whole lot. You know, every offseason I go into, you know, I'm trying to get better. You know, they do a good job of sending us off with, you know, things to work on, you know, things to keep getting better at. So, you know, every offseason for me is, you know, it's a grind. You know, keep perfecting things, keep tweaking things, and, you know, and just try and make myself better as a pitcher, as a person, and then come back ready to go.
Okay, Zebby Matthews, everybody, thank you. It was
Zebby.
wonderful. Have
Thank
an
you, guys.
awesome season. We're back. We're talking Twins TV coming up. Good morning, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar, live at Target Field for TwinsFest. How about a round of applause for already? We're off and running here, aren't we? Let's applaud, yes? Who's excited for the season ahead? Okay, well, you know, yes, I am pumped up too. I'm here with Chris Atterbury, and joining us now on stage is Drew Halverson with Twins TV. I should say, you know, as always, you can listen to Twins game all season long on WCCO radio, right? Which we love to do, and to listen to Chris Atterbury. But if you're thinking about watching it on TV, there's a lot to explain, and Drew is going to sort through that with us. Tell us how we can watch TV games, the Twins TV games.
Well, yeah, first of all, kind of ironic that we're talking about television with two radio personalities.
I know.
We
like it when you listen to it on the radio.
Good scheduling. I like radio, too. Yeah, Twins TV, we have a booth over on the side of TwinsFest, and probably the biggest question I've gotten today is, are you streaming only? And just to be clear, we'll be available on satellite, DirecTV for satellite, and also cables with Comcast, Spectrum, a lot of Spectrum users out there, Charter. Anywhere that you get FanDuel Sports Network North, you should get Twins TV right around the start of the regular season. In addition to that, what we're launching is the Twins TV, and those are for you cable cutters out there. So if a lot of fans for that.
Oh, yeah.
This is an offering for
we
you.
We got woos for cable cutting and woos for Spectrum.
I know Spectrum. A lot of Spectrum fans out
hardcore.
there.
They love their Spectrum.
Yeah, they're a good distributor. So anyways, if you're a season ticket holder, you can get Twins TV for $49 a year. It's like 30 cents a game. If you're not a season ticket holder, it's $99, less than $1 a game. But yeah, we're really excited about the product and the accessibility. It's a good viewing experience.
The biggest deal here is whether you watch it on cable, whether you watch it on satellite, whether you stream it, no blackouts. You can see everything, right?
Yeah, there's a map on the screens up here. We have it on our website at twins.com/watch. But we're all in no blackouts in Minnesota. We are clearing all of North Dakota. We're now clearing all of South Dakota, Western Wisconsin, and Iowa. And Iowa one in particular, we've really been pushing for on an annual basis. We have the entire state now that's clear, which means that you'll be able to watch Twins games in Iowa with Twins TV no matter who we play, because as those Iowa fans know, you get blacked out by the Cubs, you get blacked out by the Cardinals,
Royals, White Sox.
It doesn't matter who we play. If you sign up for Twins TV, you can watch those games in Iowa. So thanks for your patience.
And when you talk about having the same way of seeing FanDuel Sports North, do we know yet what station it's going to be on some of these outlets?
Yeah, the station, it'll be called Twins Television. It'll likely be the channel above FanDuel if you get FanDuel right now. Those distributors have like sports channels, so it's going to be in that array of sports channels right around the beginning of the regular season.
Corey Provis on the call. Morning's back. Trevor Plouffe, Glenn Perkins, Denard Span, LaTroy Hawkins, Audra and Katie, Tim Laudner in the pregame parts. Same talent and a lot of it. But with this new setup, kind of some cool new tricks, right, and new technologies to use?
Yeah, we're going to have a new graphics package, really streamlined. You think you're going to like that. But my two biggest things that I'm excited for right now is we're going to add some new cameras. And so if you've watched our presentation the last couple of years, we've lost a camera, mainly the one on the field, the RF cam, which really gives you a good perspective of how athletic these guys are and what they're able to accomplish. We got that camera back this year in a kind of a short field of focus, like if you watch an NFL game in the end zone and they got that beautiful picture where the background's kind of blurred out and there's a focus on the player. And then also we're going to be installing a wire cam down the left field line. So we have a great scenic of downtown, but that wire cam's going to be coming across there as well. Baseball is a unique sport that it's the only sport where you aren't shooting where the point happens. So the ball down right field line, right? You're watching the right fielder, but then trying to cut home to watch the run scored. With that camera, we can get the ball in right field and the run scoring all in one shot, which we really haven't been able to do before. It's a great camera.
Are you still seeing that there are a lot of questions with Twins TV? I mean, just announced kind of getting an understanding of how this works, because so many different teams do it differently.
Yeah, that's kind of been the breakdown of the RSN broadcast model is individuality between the teams, but usually the conversation around Twins TV is clearing up misinformation. The industry as a whole is too complicated right now. We need to simplify it, and that's our goal with doing this. Meet fans where they are.
And to keep it simple, fans can check this out, spring training, to kind of get a sense of it before they commit.
Yeah, spring training will be free. You can, we'll have a handful of broadcasts with those individuals that you just mentioned, but then even other teams. Like if we're playing in Dunedin and the Blue Jays are covering a game, you can check out the broadcast with the Blue Jays for free on the MLB TV or Twins TV app.
Drew, I want to give people a little behind the scenes of what it's like to do what you do, improve on what you do from season to season. It's a lot of work, and you're also giving us, you and Gino, those great features on the players and everything that we air on CCO Radio.
Yeah, definitely. Every season's got its new challenges, and it changes every year as far as what your goals are based off of technology, based off rights, based off of the people that you have to work with. Every year presents new challenges. The biggest challenge this year is Twins TV. We spent a lot of time doing stuff on radio on an annual basis, and we're continuing to be excited about that offering. We just renewed a deal with you guys. As you know, we're on WCCO, 102.9 The Wolf FM, and streaming on the Odyssey app through the entire Twins territory for free as well. So a lot of great access for those fans as well.
Hardest working man in the Twins organization
Yeah,
right here,
it
Drew
is right
Albertson.
there.
True story, 2007 when the Twins came in-house, he was our first intern. And now he's in charge of making sure all of this happens on radio and television. And if he says TV's the hardest thing he has to deal with, no. He has to deal with Danny on speed dial, like every day. So I would say TV's the second hardest thing to deal with.
Well, I always say that your hardest employees are your best employees, and that includes you too. So.
I think my number just got blocked.
Yeah. Drew, thanks for explaining it all. If you all have any questions, the ones who are here at TwinsFest, you'll be right over there by that Twins TV sign.
Yeah,
bring him some food, too. He hasn't been able to leave, so bring him some lunch.
Yeah, we've been popular today. We ran out of our ticket offering over there, but still come by and see me. Appreciate your time.
And if people have other questions, how do they contact the Twins?
Just check out twins.com/watch. There's an FAQ already up there. There's a map up there already. We're going to be making a series of announcements over the coming weeks, so we'll continue to up that website every time we make another announcement.
Okay, Drew, always good to talk to you. Thank
Thanks for
you so
having me.
much. It was wonderful. Drew Halverson with the Minnesota Twins. We're live at Target Field for TwinsFest, WCCO Radio, broadcasting all day long with players, management, the whole deal. Coming up next, we have Jeremy Zoll, Assistant Vice President for the Minnesota Twins. Hello, good neighbor. I'm Vanita Sakar, live from Target Field for TwinsFest. Round of applause from the crowd. We've had so many great conversations with Carlos Correa, Louis Varland, Trevor Larnach. Now we're going to get down to brass tacks here with management, right? Chris Atterbury?
Yeah, fans love management.
Yeah, Chris Atterbury joins me on stage. Of course, the voice of the Twins on CCO Radio. You can listen to the Twins anytime, any game, CCO Radio. We love that. Jeremy Zoll, Assistant General Manager here.
No.
What did I?
General Manager.
General Manager. Okay.
Capital G,
I keep messing up your
capital
title.
M,
You have
General
been promoted, and I'm not giving you your due.
All
Sorry.
good. Thanks so much for having me on.
It's so
I
great,
appreciate
Jeremy.
it. Yeah.
So I want you to give me the anatomy of a deal, how this works behind the scenes. As you're working on a trade, find it really fascinating how this goes. And you have been involved in some big ones with the Twins.
Yeah, for sure. It's the way we usually explain it. Trades sometimes could come together in a really short period of time, whether it's just a few days, or sometimes it's a labor of love and takes ultimately months to come together. And it starts with volleying an idea back and forth, trying to understand needs and fits and opportunities, and kind of all the while everyone's trying to understand alternative routes that they might be able to stack up different opportunities against. So we're leveraging really good relationships that we have throughout the front office with other front offices, and trying to figure out, is this one we want to try to push forward on quickly? Is this one that's going to need some time? There's always an art of negotiating and taking different positions to try to get to a middle ground and overlap, but really fun process to get to work through, especially when it comes together like that.
Anything in the works right now leading into spring training?
It's been a busy off season, even though ultimately nothing is has come to full fruition yet in terms of the big moves maybe that people are thinking about, but there's constantly calls each and every day, and a lot of discussions in the office as we keep working through those things. So we're still working, and we'll keep doing our best here.
Jeremy's got his roots in player development, and from the first time I met him, 8 years ago, I'm like, this guy's going to run a team. And I told Derek Falvey this with Jeremy in the room. I'm just glad it's our team that he's running and not another team. So we're very lucky to have him in the general manager seat. I'd clap for him. It's as complicated a job as it's ever been, and it's all about roster building. You're dealing with all the external facts, but I just want to talk about the players. We've seen a bunch of them parading back and forth up here today. The perception is that we're not doing anything, we're not spending any money. The reality is we've got some good players. This team is not a rebuilding roster. This is a winning roster now, isn't it?
No doubt. I think, while we understand the reality of last year not ending the way that we wanted, as we look around the roster, the field, and the rotation, the bullpen, we didn't enter this offseason with 5-6 holes that we felt like we needed to fill between the versatility of our group and the star power that we see, up and down the lineup and on the pitching staff. That's given us the ability to be really patient, but also opportunistic to find the best ways to upgrade, since we didn't feel like we needed to just rush to fill spots to say we did. But you look up and down the lineup, and there's guys that we feel like are already impact players or have a real chance to take a huge step forward this year, and we're just excited about that.
The huge step part, we've talked with Trevor Larnach, Brooks Lee, Royce Lewis is in that category, Jose Miranda's in that category, Wally can still get even better, Louis, all the young pitchers. You come from a PD background, player development. You've done a great job of churning out players from the minor leagues right now, which is why you get so many phone calls. How do you continue development at the major league level?
Yeah, it's a great question, something that I think within the last 5-ish years, the whole league has realized, as we try to move players faster through the system, they're not going to be finished products when they get to the major league. So, we need to be as integrated between our major league staff, our minor league staff, all of the programs and player plans up and down the organization to keep that going. But having a developmentally oriented coaching staff is really huge. We really feel good about our group that's heading into the year for 2025, and all the work that goes on behind the scenes from our front office crew to put those plans in place in conjunction with the staff and players is really setting us up for success in that regard.
Chris had a really nice list of players. We chatted with Zebby Matthews. Can you just take us behind the scenes of that? Because that, to me, is an amazing look at the rise of Zebby Matthews and how quickly he was able to make this major league roster.
Yeah, no doubt. Zebby's an amazing story for our player development group, and a ton of credit goes to him for the work that he put in from the moment we drafted him. But he went to January camps each of the last 2 years to work on different components of his pitch mix. He worked on improving his velocity, worked on improving his cutter, his slider, his curveball, and it was not just the snap of a finger for Zebby. It took a lot of trial and error, a lot of care and effort from Tommy Burgess, Nat Ballenberg, all of our pitching coaches, and just like an incredible amount of resilience and perseverance to keep pushing forward there. And he went on an unbelievable run this year. Didn't walk a guy for the first however many starts. I was nervous I was going to jinx it when I went to see him in May, and got through it okay. But really proud of him, and he still has a even brighter future ahead.
A guy I want to talk about, and I don't believe he's here, Cartaya. I know you haven't made a lot of moves. You get him from the Dodgers, and here's a guy who was a top prospect across the league just a few years ago. He's had some injury issues, but this seems to me like a classic high upside, no downside type of transition. Is he a guy that might low-key impact this club?
Yeah, we were really excited with that opportunity to have that deal come together with the Dodgers, and Diego, we have a number of folks in our front office that have some ties back to the Dodgers, and knew Diego personally. Roman Barinas, Drew McPhail both had different experiences with Diego throughout his progression, and like you said, previous top prospect, has real power, has a nice arm behind the plate, and he's a well-rounded player. We just got to get him a little bit more consistent with the bat. Some of his mechanics got a little bit out of whack, but he'll be, for sure in St. Paul, partnering with Jair Camargo and taking it down, and we think he has some real upside to continue to tap into here.
It is 12:24. We're talking to Jeremy Zoll, general manager of the Minnesota Twins. A little behind the scenes, when I was talking to Nina Zimmerman on the communications staff, I think it's really cool when they get the lineup card of a guy for the first time when he makes the major league roster, and he gets them to sign it. They get him to sign it, and they give it to the scout who really worked to find this guy and bring him in. It just shows you the power of scouting and what your scouts are able to do to find this talent, and it's a great way to honor them, too.
Yeah, no doubt. Our scouting group is arguably the hardest working scouting group in the game. They've had that reputation for 30 years, well beyond my time with the Twins organization, and so many people to be grateful for their experiences and the leadership previously of Mike Radcliffe, and on to Darren Johnson, Terry Ryan's impact on that whole group. But Sean Johnson, Tim O'Neill, Billy Corrigan, the whole crew, they work their butts off day in and day out trying to scour the whole country, figure it out, partner with our whole crew, and we're really proud of that pipeline we've been able to work through with some later round pitching prospects and turning them into impact major leaguers here.
Well beyond your time on Earth, much less your time with the Twins. You're still a puppy. I want to talk about a few more guys because I love talking player development with you. Luke Keyshaw is here. We got a chance to see him in person. Emma's here, Emmanuel Rodriguez. Everyone saw the Adonis that is Walker Jenkins. Who are some of the other young players that might impact this roster eventually this summer?
The scouting report on Walker had you as the body comp, but we got to talk to the scouts.
I told you, when they redo the movie Twins, the Schwarzenegger DeVito, it's going to be him and Provis are going to be starring in that movie.
We're really excited about a number of guys. Marco Rye will be in AAA to start the upcoming year, and he's had a really nice ascent. Still so young and so much development ahead of him. Andrew Morris had a breakout year last year. He'll be slated for St. Paul. Corey Lewis, another late-round pitching prospect. He'll be slated for St. Paul. C.J. Culpepper probably be tracking for Wichita, but we're really proud of those arms and building on kind of some of those position players you're talking about there too. And think the summer will be really fun as some of those guys get to take that next step from St. Paul all the way over here.
We were talking to the players about what their off season is like, and when I've chatted with Derek Falvey before, he says some of his busiest times are the off season. There's no break at all. Is that the same for you?
Yeah, no doubt. I think one of my favorite parts of the role is like every day brings a new set of problems. There's nothing routine oriented or monotonous about it. So, first week of January, we're dealing with arbitration. Second week of January, I was down with some folks in the Dominican Republic for our signing day and graduation program for high school equivalency. And we moved back to, kind of all the while other off-season things are happening. We're working through our personnel, issues in the office and trying to make sure everyone's in the right seats on the bus. So, there's always a new challenge, and that's what keeps it really fun.
All right, well-deserved. I want to say publicly again, well-deserved ascent to the general manager's role. The collaboration with Derek will continue. I think the train's certainly heading in the right direction. I can't wait to get going. When do you head down to Florida to get this thing rolling?
Yeah, I'll be going down February 10th, like a lot of folks. Some of our players a little bit earlier, but looking forward to being down there and getting some warm weather back in the bones. And appreciate everyone being out here today. And it's always an exciting time at Target Field, and baseball's in the air. So thank you.
And remember, they still like you. It's not your fault till next year. So these guys still like you.
There's always hope. In the spring, yes, as we head into spring training, there's always hope. Pitchers and catchers report February 13th, right?
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm going the
they're coming.
20th is all I know. I got one ticket. They don't need me down there earlier than that.
First workout's the 13th.
Okay, it's good. Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to all of you. The fun continues. Adam Carter's going to be taking over here. We've got a lot more players coming up here. It's been a fun morning already. If you're listening on WCCO Radio, keep listening. We have a great lineup coming up. Adam Carter, Jason DeRusha, and Henry Lake's going to close it out by 5 o'clock. Great things happening here at Target Field. I'm excited for the season. Who's excited for the season? Yes. Again, listening to it all right here on WCCO Radio. We'll be back with more continuing coverage from TwinsFest at Target Field.
All right, welcome back to Target Field for TwinsFest. Round of applause, absolutely. Adam Carter with you here at TwinsFest. Happy to be here with a couple of Twins pitchers. To my right, Michael Tonkin and Brock Stewart. Round of applause for two Twins pitchers. Guys, thanks for being here. Let's start with the off-season. Michael, I'll start with you. What's the off-season been like for you? And for a pitcher, what does that pertain? What do you do in the off-season to try to stay healthy and try to make sure your arm's ready to go come spring?
Yeah, stay pretty busy just with working out, training. I mean, and taking the kids to school, doing that kind of stuff. But yeah, a day for me is pretty much wake up, take the kids to school, come home, work out, get ready to go play catch, run, come home, do arm care, all that. It's yeah, and about 5 days a week we do that.
What does arm care involve?
Just shoulder programs, just a lot of boring stuff that would, it's not that fun, trust me.
Brock, obviously arm care is a big deal for you. Injuries have kind of plagued you along. How's the arm? Looking ahead to 2025, how's your health?
Yeah, I feel really good right now. Obviously, I had that surgery August 13th, so my off season has been a little longer than most guys. I got back to Charlotte a little early, like early September, and had to let that surgery kind of settle down and the inflammation from the surgery settle down, and then, you know, once it settled down, starts to strengthen it. So it's been kind of a long process, but I've been through worse injuries. And yeah, I mean, there's just kind of all encompassing when it comes to trying to get healthy and stay healthy. So, you know, my days, like Tonk just said, wake up, take the kids to daycare, and then I go to the gym and, you know, start with soft tissue. Battle. Overall, trending in the right direction. But the mental battle is definitely just as hard as the physical battle when you're injured or coming back from a surgery. But I like where I'm at mentally. Starting to get that confidence back and feeling good physically. So I'm looking forward to get down to Florida.
Michael, last year you had quite a journey. Started with the Twins, or did you start with the Mets, then to the Twins, then the Mets and Yankees, right? Then back to the Twins. What is that season like for somebody? I mean, obviously your talents, pitching is pitching, but mounds are different, ballparks are different, fans are different.
That part of it doesn't really make a difference. I mean, you go travel across the MLB if you're on one team.
Right.
But I mean, the moving, kind of, you know, you sign a lease and then you kind of have to cancel that lease, go to a new one, cancel that one, bounce all around, constantly moving all over the country. Like I said, I got a wife and 2 kids and a dog, and so it makes life a little tougher when you can't stay in one place for more than a couple of weeks. It felt like for April and then into August and September. But yeah, I mean, in some ways last year was a complete nightmare. In other ways, I felt like last year was probably the best year of my career, and so.
Performance-wise, you mean?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, the moving around was not fun.
How do you deal with that with kids and a wife? I mean, is that your wife just kind of understands that's the nature of the business, or
as much as she can?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's frustrating, and they moved a couple times, and then when I went to my 4th team in April, they went home for a month or so, and then met me back in New York after a little bit. And then once we kind of, felt like things were under control.
Brock, how do you balance that in the off season with the wife and kids, and making sure that you're there for your family at the same time, knowing that, especially dealing with your injuries, that you're on pace to get healthy again? How do you balance all that?
It's tough, and I don't think that I do the best job of balancing it, but I do know that my wife does a great job. She's been the rock, and I probably don't tell her that enough. But no, she's been great. It's definitely not easy. But it's just part of it. We both know that baseball's not forever. We're blessed to do this job, and if there's some inconveniences and some tough days, it's all part of it. And we know that, like I said, it's not forever. And I think we're just trying to enjoy the ride as much as we can. And I'm glad to have a good partner in my wife along with me on this journey, because that's super important, and she does a great job with our 2 boys and our dog. We're actually right now in the process of working out the logistics to get down to Florida and then get everything from Florida up to Minnesota. It's tough. Not everybody thinks about that, but yeah, we got to uproot pretty much our whole lives to Florida and then to Minnesota. So it's tough, but yeah, she's been the rock for sure.
Does that get easier every year? Either both of you, making sure you plan it and it becomes routine?
I think it gets, I guess maybe you have a better idea what to do, so that gets easier, but it just gets harder because there's more things and more, you got 2 kids, and they have all their stuff, and yeah, it doesn't really get easier.
If you add another human life to the mix and have more kids, it gets more difficult. But that just means there's more love in your life too, so it's great.
Glenn Perkins, by the way, showing up. A round of
Nice of you to
applause for
join us.
Glenn Perkins. That's all right.
Is this thing on?
It should be.
It's not on. There we go.
There we
now
go.
I am. What did I miss?
Not too much. Just talking about getting ready for the season. Michael, we'll go to you. Looking ahead to 2025, where do you feel your game is at? And anything you've been working on specifically to try to bring to the mix this season?
I feel like I'm in a good spot. I feel healthy. Feel comparable to how I felt about this time last year. Yeah, feel like I'm ready to go. We talked about maybe kind of introducing a change-up and kind of tinkering with that, and that's something I've kind of been working on. Whether or not I really bring it to season, we'll see in spring. But yeah, I feel good, ready to go.
Brock?
Yeah, I mean, you never know how you're going to feel and what your stuff is going to be like, and velocity and all that coming back from surgery. But I've thrown 3 bullpens this offseason, and I like where I'm at right now. Like I said, compared to 365 days ago, I feel much stronger in a better position right now heading into this season. So I'm optimistic about that. But yeah, I mean, I think I've been pretty good when I've been healthy. So I think now that I do feel good, just hopefully get back to the point that I was in 23 and 24 when it comes to my velocity and my overall stuff. So we'll see, but I like where I'm at and looking forward to getting down to Florida and getting this thing going.
Glenn, when you hear these guys and their off-season preparation, obviously baseball's not just during the season, it's all season long. Has it changed much since you were there as far as all the work you do in the off-season?
I don't think all the work has changed. I just know that the way that these guys prepare, the information that they have available to them, and the support that they have going into the offseason and throughout the offseason has changed a lot. I think the game in the last 10 years has changed more than any 10-year stretch.
Really?
And both of these guys have been around long enough to bridge the gap from old baseball to new baseball now. And I think they're both nodding along. It's very different. These guys come in way more prepared for spring training in almost trying to be in season form, as opposed to, there was guys when I first came up that the first time they picked up a ball was the first day of spring training. That spring training was to get ready for the season. And now you guys are spending the offseason getting ready for spring training, knowing that it's a long year, but preparation-wise, it's changed immensely. When your first year, you've been 10, 12 years in your professional career?
Debuted in 13, was drafted in 08. So
yeah, so you've been around. So that's 17 years.
Right.
And Brock, you're pretty close to that as well. So
yeah, drafted in 14, debut in 16.
So the way the game has changed in the last decade plus is
drastic.
Almost hard to describe, right?
Yeah, it's been like lightning speed. I feel like my first 5 years, there's like nothing changed. And you talk to guys during those 5 years and nothing really changed before then. But then after that, I would say probably like 2016 is when it really just started to evolve.
Brock, what about you? The lightning change in the last 10 years. Have you seen it too? In what ways?
For sure. When it comes to analytics, when it comes to pitch usage, pitch metrics, I work at a facility in Charlotte where every throw I make off the mound is calculated, I guess, on TrackMan. There's motion capture to see how your body's moving. And just 10 years ago, I couldn't tell you what TrackMan was, couldn't tell you what motion capture was. So, but I think it's huge. I think it helps my development and does make sure that I'm going to be ready going into the season. And obviously, it's a little different for me this year coming back from an injury. I kind of have to be a little smarter and maybe a little slower. But yeah, I mean, like Glenn said, you got to be ready to go day one of spring training for the most part. Especially, I'm a big believer in any opportunity you get to throw a bullpen or an outing in a game is a tryout. You want to put your best foot forward anytime you can. So, yeah, nowadays guys are coming in full go, full steam ahead, day one of spring training.
Glenn, looking at these two guys, how key are these two gentlemen for the Twins bullpen this year?
Well, I think you see throughout the year there's attrition with injuries, performance, things like that. Guys need to be healthy. Guys need to come in ready to go. They're at the top of that list of guys that are going to make an impact, and knowing that there's going to be how many pitchers got used last year, 30-some, 40 maybe. So there's a lot of guys that are going to get an opportunity, but the healthier you can be, the more impact you can have. And both of these guys have shown you don't get to play 17 years of professional baseball unless you do something right out on that field. And so having an impact in that manner, very important. And both of these guys, we've seen what Brock is capable of when he's healthy. He's one of the best relievers in baseball when he's at his best. And so if that's where he's at when the season starts, he's going to be a huge part of any success that they have. And Michael as well. These guys need to be ready to go. And they know, sitting here right now, they know what's at stake for them this season.
Brock, one last question for you, about 30 seconds. You're a Bears fan, is that correct?
Duck Bears, absolutely. Let's go.
Wow.
He's got a
Your
Twins
thoughts
stuff
on your
on.
new head coach?
I'm thrilled. The press conference was very professional, very
That's a good start.
impressive, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, we're undefeated in 2025 and a new head coach, so look out, everybody.
Michael Tonkin, Brock Stewart, Twins relievers. How about a round of applause? We're live at TwinsFest. Glenn and I will be back. Don't go anywhere. TwinsFest 2025 on CCO. All right, welcome back live at Twins. Yeah, give a round of applause, everybody. Back at TwinsFest 2025. Adam Carter along with Glenn Perkins, and we welcome to the stage Twins catcher Ryan Jeffers. Big round of applause for Ryan Jeffers. Ryan, thanks for the time. How's the offseason going so far?
It's going great. It's been uneventful, which sometimes
that's good.
It's really good. You know, we're so busy during the whole year. It's go, 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 where it's every day we're at the ballpark, we're traveling, we're on a plane. So when you get a chance to kind of slow your life down for a little bit, it's really nice. Spend some good quality family time. But you also start to get that itch. You know, you're so used to going that when you shut down for too long, you're ready to start going. So around this time of year, me and my wife we're just ready to get down to Florida.
Well, and this time of year for me, it was always it's like the long winter doldrums, whatever. I know you're in the South, but it's still not like you're coming off of the previous season. You're thinking about what you did, what you can do better, and then as this season starts to approach, it was always for me like coming back here, Caravan, TwinsFest. You start to see the excitement. Does that make you want it even more? Like, is that like let's go right now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the little markers in the off season for me were kind of New Year's Day. New Year's Day rolls around, like you start clicking into 5 days a week at the field. You before maybe you're 4 days a week, you take a Wednesday off or something. Now you're 5 days, and it just starts ramping up. And then you get here, and then you start dapping up your guys, you giving them hugs. You're like, hey, I'll see you in 2 weeks, and it's like, it's real. It's coming quick. But I think we're all at this point. I think we're all ready to get back to work.
Twins fans, obviously, especially the hardcore ones, live and die by the team, want to see who they sign in the offseason, want to see how the team changes. From a player's perspective, do you pay attention to a lot of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're invested in the success of the team. So we're not naive to, hey, where can we make our team better? Where can we get an extra arm or an extra bat? Or we're not naive to where we can grow. But that's not in our control at all. That's out of our hands. You know, if we go out there and do our job, then you know that's everything we can do. So we'd love for all the gaps to be filled, and you know the team to grow and get better every year. But with the group that we have and the core that we have, there's not a ton that you have to add or build, because we've got a really good group of young guys and some older guys that have more of the veteran presence. But we've got a really good group already in there.
You set career highs in basically every offensive category, caught maybe more games than you caught in a big league season before. You had time at DH. What goals do you set for yourself coming off of a season like that into this season?
Yeah, you know, I set those career highs in a lot of categories, but you know, I wasn't as good as I was in 23. I think there was a lot of good in 23. There's a lot of really good in 24. So for me, it was a focus this offseason on kind of blending the good from both seasons, and just continuing to grow on the playing time, the at bats, and continue to do more and more.
Talk about the mental aspect of catching, which is always something that fascinates me. Knowing who's coming up, knowing how to pitch certain players based on who's on the mound. How do you handle that, all that mental pressure each inning? And then when you got to come up to bat sometimes, and how do you balance all that?
I think that was probably the biggest hurdle to get over when you get to the big leagues. I think that's a big sticking point for a lot of young catchers that come up is understanding the difference in the amount of data and the amount of brain power it takes to be able to handle the big league game from behind the plate. Calling the game is no easy task. Calling the game is easy, but calling a good game is not easy. There's so much data. There's so much things you have to weigh, and now with the pitch clock, you have to kind of weigh all these thoughts in 15 seconds. And then also make sure the pitcher is on board in building that relationship and that trust. So, you know, I love that. That's what I love to do. That's my favorite part of the game. You know, I wouldn't be a catcher if I didn't really enjoy calling a game. So that's what I love to do for sure.
You talked about that being pressure, and you handle it well. You've prepared your whole life for that kind of pressure. I want to talk about a different kind of pressure. Was it yesterday? Yesterday morning, you went initials game. I was on that a couple weeks ago, a month or so ago. I felt the pressure, man. Like, I was nervous. I got a couple, and then I just vanished. You freaking won the thing, dude.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, walk-off win.
Nice.
walk-off win initial games yesterday. I had no idea how big of a deal it was until I walk around today, and I mean, it feels like 1 out of every 2 people are giving me a pat on the back for my initials win yesterday. I think I'm going to have to get back in there. They're going to want another crack at me, but
Well, that was what I was going to add, because, like, you have a good season, right? And then there's this hype, like, oh, you need to go out there. You got to do better than you did the year before. You got to try to live up to the hype of your career, of what you did on the field. Are you going to be able to live up to that hype?
ooh,
Sophomore slump?
it's a lot of pressure, going back out there. Things kind of started to fall in my lap yesterday morning with some of the clues that were given. But no, it's a blast. It was a blast to get over there. But I completely underestimated the scale of the listeners of that game.
That's another radio station. I don't know what they're talking about.
Sorry, guys.
We are your home of the Twins, Minnesota,
WCCO,
WCCO Radio. I'm kidding. It's all fun. It's all good. Ryan, when you see the fans here and you have a chance to interact, here's my question: Does it ever become a job? Baseball is a business. It's your job, but is it still a game to you?
Absolutely. But it is a job. It's my job. I have to go out there and perform at my job. If you're bad at your job, you don't have a job anymore. So I think treating it like a kid's game is keeps the fun in it and keeps the grueling nature of every day going out there and doing it over and over again. It keeps that manageable, but also understanding that it is a job and you have to treat it like a job and you have to take your job serious and prepare like you would for any other job.
Well, I think baseball, you can get into a pattern of just worrying about yourself, and it's your at bat. It's when you're a pitcher, it's I got to get this guy out. It's different for position players. They have some opportunities to field balls, but it becomes really focused on at bats. As a catcher, though, a big part of your responsibility is that guy on the mound and working with him to get him through. Maybe when they don't have their best stuff is working and finding out what it is that's going to get them success that particular day. So you almost do have to sacrifice some of what you want to do maybe at the plate, because a big part of your responsibility is how am I going to get this guy through the game today?
Yeah, first and foremost, I will always say my job is to bring the best out of that pitcher on the mound that day. Whatever that is, my job is to help him bring out the best of him that day, and realizing what that is and going from there.
Ryan Jeffers, everybody. Big round of applause.
Thank
Twins
you, guys.
catcher. Ryan, good luck this season.
Thank you.
And we appreciate the time today.
Yeah.
We are live at TwinsFest here at Target Field. Adam Carter and Glenn Perkins. Stick around. Many more guests coming up. Cole Sands will join the stage after the top of the hour. Stay tuned. right, back on your home for the Minnesota Twins, WCCO Radio, live at TwinsFest 2025. Adam Carter, Glenn Perkins, joined right now up on stage by Twins reliever Cole Sands. Cole, thank you for being with us. How about a round of applause for Cole Sands? Cole, it was good that you could get out of Florida and get up to Minnesota and get away from all that snowfall. Tell us about your experience down in your home in Florida.
Yeah, how do y'all drive in that? I don't understand. No, it was crazy. I think we got 3 inches of snow, and yeah, I don't know what to do with it. So I built a snowman and threw some snowballs, and I was good. That was my off-season program. So.
It doesn't take much down there to get flights delayed. I know you were supposed to be here on Thursday night. Things happen getting away, and like, how does that affect, like, what is that like down there? Because you're just not ready for it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you know, for the most part, I could get around a little bit. I wasn't supposed to be. I don't tell anybody. But, yeah, I mean, I got my throwing in, some lifting in, and, you know, I'm only about a week out from going down to Fort Myers, so, you know, we're right there, and we're getting close for the season, so we're ready to go.
You have made some starts over the last couple of years. Last year, you were somewhat of a long man, swing man, started to get some later inning stuff. Like, did you feel your confidence grow as the season went on? Because watching from my perspective behind home plate up in the press level, it looked like you started to gain confidence as the season went on, conviction in your pitches. Did you feel that out on the mound?
Yeah, I did. You know, I knew the stuff got better last year in spring. You know, I was throwing harder. But for me, I never felt like my stuff was necessarily bad. It was just like getting good results. And, you know, last year there was an outing that really stood out against the Dodgers. You know, I went out there for, I think it was like 1 or 2 innings, and, you know, I had some punch outs, and I was like, you know, this team's really good, and I'm kind of like doing pretty well. So I was like, you know, maybe my stuff does play here, and it really gave me some confidence. And then you just try and build off that, you know, use a snowball, like use the snowball effect there, and just build off of that, and, you know, take it into the next outing. And, you know, as the year went on, I felt a little more comfortable, and, you know, just tried building off each outing, and it really paid off. So, yeah.
On the days where, you know, you feel like your stuff is really working well, on the days where you feel like something maybe is a little bit off or it's just not the same, how do you mentally approach those kind of days when you get the call and get out on the mound?
Yeah, that's something new too, because, you know, you throw, you know, 60, 70 appearances in a year, you're not going to feel good on probably most of them, really. But I just tried to go out there and compete with what I had. You know, I do a lot of routines every day before the game, and you know, I do what I can to get back to where I want to be. But a lot of it is you just got to go out there and compete, and just, you know, whatever that is, whether that's, you know, just having conviction with what you're throwing, or maybe you talk to the catcher that day and tell him, hey, I need targets here, or whatever it may be. And but yeah, you just got to fight through it. It's a long season. You're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. And some of the days that I felt probably the best in last year, I don't think I threw the ball that well. So it's kind of, sometimes you can be too amped and have too much adrenaline going. So you know, somewhere in that middle ground's where you want to be.
We've talked on air a lot about the starting pitchers and how they, in between starts, during starts, you see guys up on the rail kind of talking to each other, and maybe it's about their previous outing or things that they did, bouncing ideas off each other, advice, things like that. Is that something that you guys down in the bullpen, you kind of share information and ways of going about your business as a group down there?
Yeah. Our bullpen group last year was great. You know, there were some veterans in there. You know, Griffin Jacks, Joan Duran, Caleb Thielbar, Brock Stewart, some of those guys. I really got to pick their brains. And Emilio Pagan, the year before, he really kind of took me under his wing and kind of showed me how to go about business down in the bullpen. And that really helps. You know, the bullpen's a lot different than starting. You have your routines, but it's not very structured, and you don't know when you're going to throw. There's sometimes 10 days where you don't throw. So, you know, picking guys' brains and just seeing what the guys that have done it for years and years, asking them how to go about business, and it really helps, and it makes you feel more comfortable and have more confidence.
Is it all business in the bullpen during a game?
No.
I was going to say.
No, well, I'd say.
I mean, how much do you have? You obviously have to pay attention a little bit to who's coming up and maybe how they're hitting, but there's got to be a lot of fun down there.
It is a lot of fun. It is. It's a long season. You can't be all business all the time. I don't know if Rocco's going to like to hear that, but it's a long season. I would say my rule of thumb is like, obviously, watch the starter. We have great starters. Shout out to our starters. They usually get us into like the 5th, 6th inning, and
hopefully,
so, yeah. And so for me, I usually around that 3-inning mark, 50 pitches. That's when I know it's all right. It's time to kind of lock in. Maybe not as much joking around and having fun. So that's kind of my rule of thumb, and I'd say for the most part, everyone else is pretty much around that area. So it's the perfect balance for me where I can still loosen up, not be serious, and then have that switch where, all right, it could be me at any point now. So that helps.
I was preparing to do this interview over the last few days, and then I went on Caravan with Louis Varland, and what I was going to ask you was, what did you do? What have you been doing over the off season to get yourself ready for next season? And then I went on Caravan with Louis, and he was telling some stories. He says that you guys might wrestle a little bit occasionally, and I want to know, have you given any thought to some moves to be able to combat Louis? Because you have the height on him. I'm assuming you have the reach on him.
Yeah.
He's got the background as a wrestler. Have you figured out anything that you can do to defend yourself against Louis' wrestling moves?
I can't tell you all my secrets. This spring training, I can't.
Louis might be listening somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at. He might be in here somewhere, but yeah. No, he's a good wrestler. He took me down in about 2 seconds. I don't know anything about wrestling, so y'all don't attack me up here. But no, he was impressive. That was very quick. The Spradle is what he put me in.
How you spell that?
I don't know. I don't want to know, but not very fun.
Cole, got about a minute left for the Twins fans here. Obviously, disappointing end to the season last year. What do you want to say to fans, at least from the bullpen standpoint, about how things are shaping up for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think our bullpen's in a great spot. I think we have everything that we need to be in the postseason and be where we want to be. I think I like our chances with who we have. We have a lot of guys that can pitch almost any role, and that's where you want to be. You want guys that, say Griff and Duran are down today. Well, you want 3 or 4 guys that can go out there and pitch some valuable innings, and I think this team has that. This bullpen is it's loaded, and there's a lot of good stuff and a lot of strike throwers out there that can go out there and attack hitters.
Ready to get to work?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Excited to get down to Fort Myers?
Yeah, I am. Warmer weather.
Cole Sands, everybody. How about a round of applause? Twins reliever Cole Sands. Coming up next, manager of the Minnesota Twins, Rocco Baldelli, will join us next, live from TwinsFest on News Talk 830 WCCO. More after this. All right, here we are back live at Target Field, TwinsFest 2025. How about a round of applause for, I think we've got Twins manager Rocco Baldelli. I think he'll be coming back. I was just talking to Glenn Perkins. Glenn's going to be doing both radio and TV, and of course, we like Perk on the radio, and you like doing the radio, right?
I love doing the radio. I do. Grew up listening to WCCO, John Gordon, Herb Carneal as a kid.
Right on.
And get to go back to that and be one of those guys. Hopefully there's some kids that fall asleep listening to the Twins games like I did.
Rocco Baldelli, I counted up 7th season already. Does it feel like your 7th season?
7th season. It's we've seen a little bit of everything, but
Yeah?
you know, we've seen a lot of good play from our players, and it's a really motivating and exciting job for me still. I love showing up to the ballpark. I love being here. I love this area. What a wonderful place to be, and it feels like home.
Is there something, how much smarter do you think you become as a manager as you look back on 2019? If there was one thing that stands out that says, boy, I did things a lot differently back then, is there anything that you can point to?
You never get smarter.
Oh.
If you start thinking you're getting smarter, you're in deep trouble. But no, you know what? You just try to learn a little something different from each club. And you know, looking at our club right now, we have a pretty great collection, a well-rounded bunch, pitching, a very good offense. It's really not that dissimilar to the club that we had 2 years ago when we went to the playoffs. And we had 4 really good months of baseball, 4.5 really good months of baseball last year from this club. They're capable of a lot, and I think they're going to be motivated showing up to spring training.
I think it got lost in the season in the way it ended, how good the middle chunk, a big chunk of the season did go. And I'm with you that the team that you have right now is a competitive team and a team that can win the division. There's no question about it. And as a player, when a season finishes the way it did, you do some self-evaluation, some reflection, and think about things that you can do better as an individual player, things that you want to work on, ways that you can maybe avoid what happened at the end of the season. As a manager, how do you evaluate that? What things do you take away from the last month of the season that you, I don't want to say do differently, but just what information did you gather that you'll take going forward to this season in particular?
Yeah, well, I think we all know when we deal with tough times and challenges in life, not just in baseball, we learn a lot. It makes you tougher. It allows you to do things maybe a little bit differently the next time around. And not just our young players, but really I think all of our players are going to take a lot out of the last 2 months of the season. The toughest part, for some of them, the toughest part of their entire careers in baseball were the last 2 months of last season. Now, when you step back and you say, okay, how was Correa's season? It was actually excellent. When you look at Buxton's season, it was actually excellent. When you look at Larnick and Wallner in the outfield, they did a phenomenal job. Willie Castro had a great year. There are a lot of guys you can look to. There are more, too, and the pitching, I could talk about them at some point. But you look at the seasons they had. These are good, very good in some cases, seasons that these guys had. So when you stack it all together and I look at it, I get excited. I was in Rhode Island most of the offseason preparing for everything to come. I could not be more excited to work with this group of players. And on top of that, we have leadership and character.
Specifically about this team going into it, what excites you? Something that, you know, somebody might not think about when you look at, is it the health of any particular player with Byron Buxton, or what is giving you some excitement heading into spring training?
Well, I think it's hard not to look at Buxton and Correa's off seasons and say they're coming in healthy. They're coming in a great spot and strong and ready to go. Sometimes you start spring training. We don't talk about it a lot, but sometimes you start spring training with a few guys behind, with a few guys a couple weeks, maybe a month behind. We don't really have that at this moment, knock on wood, and I think that's a great sign going into camp.
The seasons are a grind. Long, stressful, all of those things. Especially as a manager, you impact the game, but you're really a bystander watching guys that you put out on that field play, so you don't have that big of a part in it, but you need something to unwind. And I know you're a concert guy. I talked to you last night. You said you've gotten to spend a bunch of time with your kids. Have you been able to do anything fun this winter to kind of get yourself away? Because as much as preparation and looking forward to the next season, how important that is, it's also important to be able to get away a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I went to a couple of concerts. Probably the 2 days that I spent to go, do something this offseason. Every Tuesday we go to the library. We do reading time at the library.
Nice.
Yes. Every Thursday we go to indoor soccer for my daughter, and we drive and go to indoor soccer. Like, this is the way that I like to spend my off season. And then I come back to the house, and I'm on the phone, and I have Zooms, and I call players and staff and stuff like that. But getting a chance to actually watch my kids grow up, which during the season it's hard to do because we play every day. But being able to be with them and spend that meaningful time with them, that's worth more than anything. I got the 2 twins now, and I tell everyone they're so different. I didn't know what to expect. One of them loves to cuddle, snuggle, soft-spoken, sensitive, quiet. The other one, maniac. So it's a great mix in our house right now. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, which one of those twins is like Dad then, the maniac or the soft-spoken one?
They got a little bit of both from me, I think. But Enzo, he's a little wild. Reminds me of my dad. That's
Nice.
Enzo. Yeah.
That's perfect because I would describe you as pretty easygoing, but with the maniacal side. So it seems like like your genes split and went 50-50.
A little bit during the game. I like to watch the game, so I might just look like I'm kind of calm and watching. Yeah, I think that's true. But I think there's a whole other side of me that probably most don't see on most days.
Twins fans know you look a pretty quiet offseason so far, at least the moves that have been made. That's out of your control. But could something still happen here? Are you hoping something still happens here in the remaining time?
Yeah. We work late.
Yeah.
We work late. And we have for the last 6 seasons since I've been here. We generally, I'm not sitting here making promises because no one knows what's going to come. But there are a lot of good players still out there. And we do a lot of our work late in January and early February most of the time, sometimes even going into camp. So I remain patient. It's part of the job description, but you always have to remain patient, I think, in our game and wait and see how things play out. But there's a reason why we haven't done a ton. When you look around the diamond, it's hard to add to our club, maybe first base. Second base, one of the young guys, they're going to have to grab that position and take hold of it. These are the things I'm looking for. Maybe a right-handed hitting outfielder of some kind that's capable of doing something. But we have some internal options that are pretty exciting, too.
You had some changes to the coaching staff after the season. How are those guys going to be able to impact the team this year?
Yeah, we brought on a new hitting department. We have an entire group of hitting coaches that are coming in. And the way I like to look at it, and it's always easier after the fact. It's always easier to look back at things and have a strong opinion. But truthfully, I think we're going to see some more well-rounded at-bats from our players. It's going to be something we're going to talk about a lot from the first day of spring training on. Matt Borg-Schulte, who comes from the Baltimore Orioles, a very good development organization that he's coming from. And we know him well because he was a minor league coach with us previously before that. He's a guy that believes in getting on the field, kind of old school, hit BP as a team, use the whole field, and train the guys to make good swing decisions, meaning simple stuff. Swing at the strikes, don't swing at the balls, but you have to actually practice that sort of thing on a regular basis, and he's excellent at teaching it.
Is that what you mean when you say well-rounded at bat? Can you describe that, what that might mean for just a layperson?
Yeah, I think we probably got a little bit into an all-or-nothing approach up and down our lineup 1 through 9 last year, and it would lead to us scoring 8 or 10 runs, and then 1 or 2 runs, and then 8 or 10 runs and 1 or 2 runs. And you're not going to win games if you score 1 or 2 runs. But if you can push 5 runs across, on average, every game, 5 runs, 5 runs, 5 runs, we have the pitching staff that are going to pitch us to a heck of a lot of wins if we're able to do that. So what is a well-rounded at bat? It's making the pitcher work by making him come in the zone. And then hitting line drives. Novel concept, craziness, hitting line drives. We're going to aim not to just put the ball in the seats, but to hit the ball hard on a line all over the field.
Well, and I was just going to say, fans, I know that the way they see the game nowadays, and I think it's a little bit extreme, where it is all or nothing. It's a home run or a strikeout. And I can't tell you how many times we had conversations during the season where you said, I try to tell these guys a good at-bat is hitting the ball hard somewhere.
It's something that I think it's not just here, it's throughout baseball. You're seeing a lot of strikeouts, walks, home runs, and that's what a lot of the games kind of look like and focus on. But when you do see the teams that are playing late into the year, they are actually making that pitcher's life miserable. They are making him, he might miss. They take those pitches that miss by a little bit. They make him come in the zone, and they hammer it. It's not as easy as I make it sound on this stage, but it can be done.
7th year as manager, have you figured, you'll never figure it out, but the work-life balance, especially with 2 young twins, an older child, does it get easier a little bit, or does it get more difficult when new people are in the mix?
We need a lot of help, like everyone. Like
Yeah.
we need help at the house in order to help my family and help my wife and kids and me, and then allows me to go to work and give it everything that I have. But truthfully, I still look at it where I give everything I have to my family and I give everything I have to my team. And if I can't do that, then I can't do either. You know, there's only one way to do it for me.
Okay, my wife told me, my wife hates fish. It's a rock group. She said, please don't ask Rocco about fish. Please don't. But Glenn, he opened the door.
Oh,
asking
fish
if he
with a
went,
PH.
Yes.
Okay.
He opened the
I was
door.
wondering where that was going.
He opened the door with the talk. You saw MSG? Which night did you see? Did you go to more than one night?
So no,
They play 4 concerts at Madison Square Garden leading up to New Year's.
Yep, they sell out Madison Square Garden 4 nights in a row every single year, and I was able to catch night 3 of the 30th, and I went in. I meet my friends. We have a great meal. We go to a show, and then we ride the train. So like that's the way that we do it. So I rode the train back home, and it's the way that I kind of let off some steam and go relax, and
Right
it's
on.
a lot of fun.
Rocco Baldelli, manager of the Minnesota Twins. Rocco, good luck this season. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you.
We'll be back after the break live from TwinsFest on WCCO. Here we go back live at Target Field, TwinsFest 2025. Nice round of applause. Good crowd here. Adam Carter, Glenn Perkins, joined by another Twins arm, David Festa, everybody. Round of applause for David Festa. David, thanks so much for joining us. Big season last year. You were kind of thrust into it. What did you take from what you learned last year and I guess approaching this season? What are you thinking about heading into 2025 and what your role might be with this team?
First off, thank you for having me. I think the most important things that I learned outing by outing, I think if you look back, like my first 2 outings didn't go as well as I would have liked, but I really kind of learned that it comes down to a few big pitches per outing, and I failed to execute those pitches in my first couple outings, and I realized how small the margin of error is at this level and how good the hitters are. So I think outing by outing, I started to adapt a little bit, and I made some strides that I liked, and I'm looking forward to the next season.
Well, and you mentioned your first 2 starts in your debut in Arizona. I mean, you talk about being 1 or 2 pitches away. You were right there in that one. Ended up not going your way. You make another start, and then you went down for, it was a couple of weeks. What adjustments did you make in that time? Because when you came back up, from my view, you looked like a different, more confident pitcher, kind of your second run through.
Yeah, so it's funny. I went down for a few weeks, but I really didn't get to pitch because when I had gotten sent down after that second outing, then the All-Star break came around, and then I didn't pitch that opening weekend post All-Star break, and then I had a really short outing in Louisville. So I think it was like a 20-day span where I only threw an inning. And at this time, my confidence was still high. Obviously, it didn't go how I would have liked. But it wasn't really a chance for me to really work on a lot of things because I didn't really get to the only time I was working was in catch play or a bullpen session. And then when I came back up, I had only thrown, I think it was 2/3 of an inning. So kind of got sent right back into it. But I think the main thing for me was I never really lost my confidence. I know, like you said, that the beginning didn't go very well, but I kind of stayed positive, and I knew there would be another chance, and I kind of took it.
Well, and I talked to you. It was you made that start Arizona. The team went to Seattle, and that's when I had talked to you and asked how, when did you feel your legs? Because everything is different. That debut, like everything is moving a million miles an hour. You really don't even know where you are. But did you feel to me, it's amazing how quickly you kind of become accustomed to what it's like to pitch in the big leagues. And then you gain your footing and you gain confidence because when you were out there, that second run through, it just looked like everything, you had more conviction. You felt like you almost belonged. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what it feels like for guys is you go through that initial stage of like, what, am I really here? How is this happening? What am I doing here? I don't think I can do it, to almost feeling like, hey, I belong here, especially when you get the opportunity, you go back down. When you come back up, you know the guys in the clubhouse. You kind of know the routine. Things become a little more comfortable?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And for me, I think, not that it was happening too fast, but it does happen very fast, like you said. And, you have to, continue to, adapt. And I think, like you said, comfort is a big thing. And for me, the guys in that clubhouse, they did a really good job of making me feel comfortable. We have a group of guys in there that are a joy to be around, and I think that's what maybe made the second time a little better for me.
Please say hello, Rocco Baldelli, who just joined us on stage. One of the top Twins prospects, also a pitcher. Marco, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having
tell
me.
us about your offseason and looking towards 2025. What do you feel like your role is going to be with this organization?
Yeah, I had a great offseason. Stayed in Dallas, trained there for a couple months, and then headed down to Fort Myers about a month ago. Been training down there, but yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what this next season has in store for me, and excited to see what Minneapolis and St. Paul is like.
You've climbed pretty quickly through the minor leagues, gotten all the way to AAA. You're 21 years old, correct? 22 years old now. You're moving pretty fast. Do you feel like you've been able to get your footing at every level when you're flying that fast?
Yeah, definitely. I've been able to just learn from all the coaches and all the players around me, especially like the older guys once I got to St. Paul and things like that. Just pick their brains and see like what the things they've been through, and like now that I'm in those shoes, just being able to talk to them really helped a lot.
This is a question for both of you guys because both of you have pitched in St. Paul. I went to a game, Saints game last year, and I think there was like 3 consecutive pitch challenges. How has that disrupted the game? Has it disrupted the game from your point of view? David, you first. I mean, how much has that changed, and is that frustrating when you get into that kind of situation? Or do you welcome it?
Honestly, it's interesting. I think it's cool because it offers an aspect. There's almost a little strategy behind it because you only get X amount of incorrect challenges. So you kind of have to be mindful of when you're challenging, first off. But I do think it's cool because, you have a pitcher complain that a ball was really a strike, and a hitter comes back to the dugout and he thinks a strike was really a ball. So it really gives you a chance to, protest it, challenge it, and it gives you an opportunity to actually get the right call if you truly believe that way. So it's an interesting little tweak in the game, but I think it is entertaining. I don't know how the fans feel about it. It's definitely like an awkward pause, and it could be like a really big situation. But ultimately, I guess the call is being correct in an important situation, most likely. So I think that's the positive with it.
Marco?
I mean, yeah, just pretty much what Festa said. I think on my end though, I do like it, but as from the pitcher's view, sometimes like you're finishing your mechanics through the pitch, and like your eyes just might shift a little bit, and you see the pitch a little different. And I actually experienced a challenge in Lowe, and I challenged it like 3 different times, and I got it wrong every single time. So I just let the catcher, challenge it for me.
I'm 0 for 0 on challenges. I refuse to do it. I don't want to get it incorrect because then I look like I'm begging out there. So I let the catchers handle that sort of stuff.
We've asked Rocco about it a few times, and it's going to end up making its way to the major leagues, I think, at some point. And he said, if anything, these guys, if they challenge, they better not get it wrong. So just warning you now, if and when it comes here, Rocco's your manager, you better make darn sure that it's right. But it's funny. You guys were in like elementary school when Major League Baseball put in instant replay. And it feels a lot like the same conversation. People didn't want that. It's going to slow the game down. The most important thing is to get the calls right. And I think I haven't seen ABS, it's called, right? I haven't seen it in operation, but it seems by and large like the players do like it, because ultimately what they want, whether you're hitting or you're pitching, is you want the call to get correct. And it certainly can be in the 3rd inning when it doesn't really matter per se, but especially later in a game, it's really important to get the calls right, even if it stops the game for a couple of seconds. It seems like it's been a pretty good solution in the minor leagues.
Yeah, I mean, you watch any sport, and you go back and say, this was a bad call, this ruined the game. When you have an aspect of the game that will actually give you the right call in a certain, like instant replay, like you said, I think it is worth the 3-4 second delay to make sure everything is right.
Could we see a near future where umpires just are taken out of the game and it's just computerized? Would you rather have that than an actual human umpire?
No, I wouldn't like it like that, but I mean, I don't want to speak for like, the MLB or whatever, but I do think, like Glenn just said, I think it'll be a challenge system. I don't think it'll ever be fully ABS, but I think the challenge system, like I said, there's a little strategy to it. You don't want to get it wrong. You need it later in the game if there's a huge situation. So I think we'll see a challenge system before we see a fully ABS.
David, you were talking about in your opening statement about how you were focusing on just slight mistakes you made in your first time out. I mean, we're talking about fractions of an inch. How long do you keep it with you, or you hear about you just got to turn the page and move on? But there's also, you can learn from those mistakes. How much do you dwell on that, thinking about just certain pitches and what you could have done differently, and how does that make you grow as a pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, when you look back after an outing, you try not to dwell on it too much, because the way I look at it is once my previous outing's over, I need to prepare for the next outing. So, you can think about it that night. It's impossible not to. And then wake up the next day, you'll have a meeting with the pitching coach, go over it. And then really once that meeting ends, I try to dial in for the next. I think if I let a bad outing or a good outing, if I keep thinking about that, I think it gets in the way of my next outing, and I think that honestly creates a distraction to me. So that's kind of how I go about it.
As you've climbed the minor league ladder, what sort of adjustments have you had to make, or noticeable things that you've had to improve upon at each level that you've advanced?
Definitely just being able to adapt. Every level you go up, the game gets faster and faster, and it's just what Festa was saying. It's just like when you have a bad outing or something like that, you can't really let it like dwell on you. So I kind of have this like two-hour rule. So like after the game's over, like I have 2 hours to get it all out, feel however I want to feel, and after that, just turn the page and get ready for the next day.
Short memory. David, heading into this season, 2025, Marco, you as well. Any specific thing, like one specific thing you've been working in the off season to try to get better at, or one specific pitch maybe you're working on?
Yeah, for me, I've been working on a sinker. I think it's something that's going to help me with right-handed hitters to kind of get something that's sort of coming in and kind of establish the inner half of the plate. I think that's something I didn't do a good job of. The slider and the changeup were fine, but I think the four-seamer to righties didn't grade out as well as I would have liked. So I think the sinker, allowing something to kind of work in on a right-hander, kind of set their sights a little differently. I think that'll help me a lot.
Marco, how about you?
This offseason, I worked a lot on the changeup, getting a little bit more depth on the changeup, and something going down that way, like just like Festa said, going into a righty, and as well as the command early in the count. Just try to get ahead early and put them out when I can.
Two names we're going to be hearing a lot from over the coming seasons, Rocco Baldelli, David Festa. How about a big round of applause for these two Twins pitchers? Thank you, guys. Good luck to you this upcoming season. We're going to hear from Lee County, home of spring training, and it's not long, a couple of weeks away. We'll hear from a representative from Lee County as we continue live from TwinsFest Target Field here on WCCO. right, here we go. Back live at Target Field for TwinsFest 2025. Joining me now, of course, just a couple weeks away from spring training in beautiful Fort Myers. Sunshine, water. And this guy has to come up here in minus temperatures. Robert Cody, he is Assistant County Manager for Lee County. Robert, thanks for being here. Thanks for braving the cold. I say this, I had my first experience to go down to Twin Spring Training last March. Had an awesome time. It's such a great time down there. Baseball in the spring in Florida is marvelous. You guys, if you've never seen Hammond Stadium in Lee County, it's gorgeous. Get down, cross it off your bucket list. But you guys, again, have dealt with a couple of storms. We had a couple more hurricanes come through. How is Lee County? How are you handling that? Especially considering, Ian wasn't that long ago.
We are doing a magnificent job of recovering. Our beaches are still beautiful. The sun is still shining. The weather is amazing. So come one, come all.
Tell me about how critical it is to have the Minnesota Twins. Obviously, they're not the only team in Lee County, but the Twins fans come down every spring. Tell me how critical it is to your county and, I guess, your operations.
Our sports tourism is a key component to everything that we do in our county. We have two teams, but we're going to talk about the primary team today.
We won't talk about the other
with
team.
the Minnesota Twins and our partners here. The Minnesota Twins to Lee County, it's almost like a collaborative relationship that one cannot describe, because we really depend on not only the tourism, but we depend on the partnership, the collaboration, and the economic development that we develop from the partnership that comes along with the Minnesota Twins and all the tourists. Did I say that the weather was beautiful? The sun is shining, the shorelines are clean, and the beach is pristine.
It's not a tough sell right now. It's not a tough sell, Florida, at this time of year. When you think about county development, though, and things you do to improve the county or change the county, how much on your mind is it the fact that you do have all these people coming down in the spring and keeping in mind what they might like to see when you talk about county upgrades and things to do?
It's a primary focus. We have an entire department that's dedicated to tourism, whether it's sports tourism, whether it's economic tourism, to see the impact that it comes to our community. And we have a department, our VCB department, that really focuses on our shorelines and all the amenities that come along with our beautiful community. So tourism is a key component to everything that we do.
For Twins fans who may not have been there in a while, saying, I'm thinking about them, if not this year, maybe next year, what things have changed even over the last year or a couple of years that people would say, wow, that's another reason to head down to Fort Myers in the wintertime, outside of baseball?
Well, due to the storms, we have more shoreline.
I've
there
heard
are a few
that,
houses
yes.
along the beach,
Yeah.
so you have a little more beach access. The county recently took over our local fair, so we have our Ag Expo that happens during spring training that anyone can come out and visit. And we also have new hotels that are joining our community. We have Margaritaville. So, yes, Margaritaville, I see that. We have a lot of things that are happening within our community, and unfortunately, the storms have spurred growth in a different capacity. It has allowed our community to be more aggressive and progressive with regards to the type of industry that's coming into Lee County.
Meaning what?
Meaning larger hotel chains, more hotel chains, more housing as far as our apartment complexes, single-family homes. It's just been an economic explosion just due to the amount of space that you have now that's available that was not there in previous years.
Another cool thing about it, too, is like last year when I went down and you're at the game and you see everybody working at the stadium as a name tag. And a lot of them, they're not obviously native Floridians. They've come from other parts of the country. But just the job opportunities for a lot of the people down there, that's got to be just a fantastic thing to offer when you're trying to sell your county, whether it's here in the Twin Cities or elsewhere.
I appreciate you. So this is my recruiting Chance. So we're hiring in Lee County.
There you go.
We have a myriad of positions that are readily available, not only with the Lee County government, but all of our industries. I like to joke with our team. I have a team of 7 of us that traveled up from Fort Myers to Minnesota, and I believe I'm the only local. So that tells you a lot about our community. I'm the last man
So you were
standing.
born and raised there.
Born and raised. It's so beautiful, I don't want to leave it. Did I say how beautiful Lee County is? Oh, I'm sorry. I won't
Is
go
it
on.
warm? Is it warm
It
down
is
there?
extremely warm.
Yeah.
When I left, it was 68 degrees, and that was considered a frigid day.
You talk about the storms, and obviously the big one was Ian in 2022, right? And a lot of this development was grown out of that devastating storm. You did have a couple storms this year. Did that hinder that continued development at all? Was there any setbacks at all?
So we always joke that it was a minor setback to a major comeback. So we had Milton and Helene, and we did not miss a step in our continued progress of improving and repairing our community. I promise you, if you come down now, you will see the changes that have happened and that continue to happen on a daily basis. We have a community that's strong, that's resilient, and that's committed to returning ourselves not to the state that we were before Ian, but to a better and a more grander state.
For people that come down outside of baseball, which obviously they want to see, catch baseball, what is 1 or 2 pieces of advice or pieces of tourism guidance that you'd give people who come down to Fort Myers and Lee County?
So this is my 6th time saying this. The beaches are beautiful. Not only are our beaches beautiful, but if you come into the town, into downtown Fort Myers, we have a thriving community there where we have new hotels.
Very cool downtown.
We have a river. Caloosahatchee River is beautiful. So Fort Myers is a unique place. You can get anything that you want. You can go golfing, fishing, yes, skating. You can go ice skating. We have a stadium downtown Fort Myers. If you miss Minnesota that much, you can go skating on the ice downtown.
I think they're trying to get away from that, honestly.
Okay, so again, I will preach to the beaches. Enjoy pool access. Most of our hotels, I would say 97% of our hotels have a pool. So the warm weather, we have it for you. Come one, come all, come join us in beautiful Lee County.
Robert Cody, Assistant County Manager, Lee County. Robert, thank you so much for coming up here today. We appreciate you braving the cold weather to sell your county. Thanks so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you all.
That'll do it for me. Jason DeRusha, you saw him up earlier. He is up next. He's got a nice lineup. He'll start it off with Twins pitcher Joe Ryan is going to join Jason right off the top. So plenty more to come live here from TwinsFest Target Field. Beautiful. Big crowd today. Lots of stuff to do here at TwinsFest 2025 as we get ready for spring training. Don't forget all spring training games right here on your home for the Minnesota Twins, WCCO. Round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us today. Jason DeRusha up next from TwinsFest. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back live here at TwinsFest. Yes, it's so great to see so many Minnesota Twins fans. And I think as much as you guys are excited to see the host of the 3 to 6 afternoon drive weekday show on CCO Radio, how about Joe Ryan, everybody? All right. Joe, it's good to see you. How are you feeling? Is this the number one question, Twins fan? How's the shoulder? How you doing?
Yeah, I've been hearing that one a lot. It feels great. Yeah, throwing bullpens and everything's been pretty normal so far in the off season. So yeah, keeping it normal. Dan Gladden showing up late. So
I was over there.
There we go.
I'm never late. I was over talking to some customers.
All right.
You're a broadcast professional. You're here, when it's time to be
Right
here.
on time.
Never been late.
I did tell Joe, I'm like, Dan Gladden can do whatever the hell Dan Gladden wants to do.
did
He
say
can
this.
show
He
up
did
when he
say
wants. He's freaking Dan Gladden. That's how it works.
Let's be careful. I think my boss is around here somewhere.
The shoulder, tell me, like, where are we at with the rehab, with the workout? How are you feeling coming in?
Feeling really good. Feeling strong and throwing bullpens, ready for camp. It feels like normal, so that's exciting and just ready to get down
They're
to Florida
clapping.
and get going. Yeah,
Your
yeah.
shoulder is the MVP of the preseason at this point right now.
Yeah, so feeling good, and off-season training's been going great, so excited.
Danny, when you look at Joe's first half of the season last year, was so good.
Take us through that day that you felt the injury. And was it one particular pitch? Because I think talking to you said you felt it here, threw another pitch, and right away you knew something wasn't right.
Yeah, I was actually feeling really good that week, and then didn't even think about it. Was probably like a little bit off, like looking back on it in my delivery, but nothing like crazy. And
was it a particular pitch that you threw?
I feel like it just kind of started to like ache a little bit, and then I was like, I know Pete Crow too, so he was hitting, and I was like, that felt kind of weird, but I'm like, I can strike him out, so I'll just keep going, and then. He should have swung at one of them, but he didn't. So then I was like, all right, well, this is probably my last bat of the game. So it just was like, this is probably not smart to keep throwing. So I'll take it to the house.
Yeah, I love that you asked that question because I think a lot of times when you have an injury, if you're like, just an old guy, you're like, I felt it, I knew right away. But as an athlete, you also you're like, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
You try to play through something like that, but there's athletes have to find out what the difference between a little pain and what an injury is. I can play with a little pain. It's just that injury that I have an opportunity or have a chance to make it even worse, which sets you back even a little bit farther. And any athlete that gets hurt and isn't able to go out there compete, you feel like you're letting your team down a little bit, and your best friends don't become your teammates. Your best friends become the trainers and all the fitness guys. And that's who you talk to almost every day. You're kind of, don't have as much of a relationship with your teammates because I really can't go out there and participate.
Is that hard mentally, Joe, when you sort of make that shift in the middle of the season when the team was doing so well, you were throwing so well, and then now you're in rehab mode instead of fighting with the team mode?
Call him a training room rat.
I think, I have a good routine already, so I'm already pretty close to the trainers and everyone in there. So it was like just kind of normal. I think the only thing that was different was just when the team goes on the road. But I had to go see a couple doctors and stuff, so I was like missed some of the road trips. I was going on my own road trip and saw some friends during that time too, which made it easy. And then when the guys were at home, they were home for a while when I was in the L's. So just got to hang out with them, go out to bullpens, just try to like keep things a little bit more normal. And you're at the field, you see everyone still. I'm still doing like prep and stuff for other parts of my body, so it really wasn't that big of a difference. I think it's also what you do, right? If you want to be the guy that goes home and just says like, all right, I'm on the IL, I'm going to take it to the house, and then you can do that. And if you need that, take that time. But I like being in the dugout too, so if I was hanging out in the dugout a little bit longer for some games, you still get that. So, and as a starting pitcher, I'm on the bench anyway.
With this injury to you, first of all, have you had any type of arm injuries over your career, or is this kind of your first big one?
I would say I had something like in college, but this is probably the big one.
With that being said, does the training staff then try to get to you a new program that you might do in the off season to maybe try to prevent any future.
Yeah, I think you're just addressing the issue and seeing why something may have happened. For me, it was maybe like the scap wasn't moving as well, as a little locked down, and obviously just throwing a lot of innings up to that point. And yeah, just not really. My All-Star break was a little shorter than it would have been, and maybe it's just like give it a little bit more time here and work through some things. Yeah, I mean, planning-wise for the off season, though, I think just doing the PT, doing the exercises that they have laid out for me with trainers that I have at home, that's been super helpful. And just, yeah, like you said, making sure it doesn't happen again and working through some stuff.
Joe Ryan is with us here live from TwinsFest. I think, so I read this article at MLB.com where the writers were making predictions for each team. And one of the predictions that was made for the Minnesota Twins was that this year you would get at least some votes for a Cy Young Award, which I think would be good. We would feel good about that. Do you feel like when you look at your progress, your growth over the years, does that sound crazy to you, or is that a goal where you think, like, I do believe I have that kind of stuff, that could be my season?
Yeah, it's awesome to have that kind of out in the ether, but definitely, I mean, if I'm stepping on the mound, I'm expecting to win every game, every pitch, and every at-bat, and then take that through a season. I think, I mean, I can compete with the best of them, so it doesn't, yeah, that's the goal every year, but just got to finish the year. That's the biggest thing. I think you finish the year last year, and that's already said and done, but yeah, just keep pushing, keep getting better, and I think just the consistency of work and finishing a season, so you have to do to get there. So, but yeah, definitely a good goal.
It's a goal, Cy Young.
I mean, every year, but yeah, I mean, you got to think about one game, one pitch at a time, too.
Here's where you pin a player down. You can win a batting title. We heard about Luis Arraez. You know, he's won 3 batting titles in a row. That was in his DNA, okay? He puts it in his contract that if I win the batting title, I get an extra 50, 100 grand. So what you do is you ask the pitcher, if you got something in your contract, look at that smile. If you have something in your contract that would, I don't know, give you a bonus if you're in the top tier 5, top 10 in voting for the Cy Young.
Too bad arbitrations exist, so can't do that anymore.
So you can't do that?
No.
Not in arbitration?
I mean, you could customize it in some way, but probably not.
See
Probably
the
not.
mind.
Yeah.
He's a good one.
He's thinking it. He's thought this through.
You can't think about the accolades too much either, too. I think that you do your best and whatever. I think the guy that comes to mind would be like Zach Wheeler, right? Like, he's been one of the best in the game, and yeah, I mean, he probably should have won it in 21 and probably could have won it last year, but the writers have other plans, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fully control that, and the accolades are just accolades. And, like, I don't know, when I was anchoring the news, I wanted to win an Emmy. I mean, you want the top prize that you can get.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you have this sort of laid-back demeanor, and people don't know how intense you are and how driven you are to be at the level of success that you're at. How do you balance that like this? Internally, there must be this fire, because externally you have this sort of cool, look at you. I'm getting intense and cool.
Fine and nice. So
do people underestimate you, I guess is the question, based on your external vibe?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really pay attention to what other people think too much, so that's probably a good thing and a bad thing at times. But yeah, I have a plan, and I take guidance from other people and try to listen to veteran players and other players, that even the young guys too. Like, I'm trying to listen to everyone and see what they're doing, and just whatever is going to make me better. I think that's one thing that we have a unique system here and a setup with the pitchers we have. We all have a good rapport and good friends too, and so I think it makes it easier to push each other. And Griffin Jackson and I and Cole Sands are going to live together in spring, and Griffin always has some like little toys and like new things that he likes to bring into like the training regiment, and so he got a hyperbaric chamber for us this spring. So we're excited to try that out and hopefully oxygenate our blood and get ourselves nice and ready to go for season. So it's cool new modalities that just get an edge.
Cool. Let's hear it for Joe Ryan, everyone. Follow him on Instagram, the Joe Ryan Experience. It's going to be a great season. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
We'll see you at spring training in a couple of weeks down in Fort Myers.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Next, it's LaTroy Hawkins and a prospect, Charlie Soto. Keep it here on CCO. Oh, we can't wait to get down to Fort Myers for spring training. Drive Time with DeRusha will be there the first week of spring training. We'll be on location in Florida, which I am pumped to get to Florida. Why wouldn't we? Who wouldn't want to go to Fort Myers right now, right? Everybody here wants to. Danny Gladden, along with me, Jason DeRusha, and welcome in LaTroy Hawkins and Twins prospect Charlie Soto. Say hi to Charlie, everybody.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, LaTroy.
Danny, you had a little bit of a connection there with Charlie, right?
No, I asked how long he's been down in Fort Myers. He's been down there since like January 5th. And one thing about the Twins complex, if you've never been down there, what the Twins have done, they built a minor league complex that has housing, theater, just everything is perfect about the place.
It's like a hotel.
It is. Yeah. And I asked him, I said, you stay in there? And he said, yeah. What room you in? Number 32.
Oh, yeah.
So that's my number. So I said, LaTroy
my
wore
number 2.
32 also.
Yeah.
He said, but his picture's not in the room. Yours is.
Yeah.
So he gets to look at me. Am I swinging? What am I doing?
You're swinging, yeah.
See?
I sleep in the bed right next to the picture.
Yeah.
So, he's been working out, ready to go down there. And, like LaTroy said, spring training for me was I always look forward to it. Something about TwinsFest, it seems to kick it off as to after this, okay, we're ready to go. We got the itch. But to be able to get down there, so looking forward to it.
Tell you what, every young athlete dreams of making it to the pros and then just curling up into a bed next to a picture of Danny Gladden. Yeah.
That's when you know you've arrived.
You made it.
He said, I don't know how to get him out.
You made it. Yeah, it's pretty good. LaTroy, why don't you start? We had some big news this week for fans that Twins TV is going to be in effect. People are going to be able to stream, and you'll be back with the broadcast crew this year, right?
Yes, I'll be back with the broadcast crew.
Has that been fun for you?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I had a chance to work with Dick Bramer for a few years, and now I get a chance to work with CP, and that's been awesome. But I'm just glad that our Twins fans in the Twins territory get to watch their team play.
Yeah,
that's what I'm most excited about. Corey and I last year, we always talked about how it was just a shame that our fans couldn't get a chance to see us, and it didn't make us feel good. So just know we felt like you guys felt. But that was last year. This year, you guys get to see the games, get to listen to the games, and you're gonna go out there and have a great season.
Charlie, talk about what when the regular major league team comes down. Obviously, you get the experience with the same kind of experts, the same trainers, the same coaching. What is that going to be like for you in a couple of weeks?
It's going to be nice. I get to pick the brains of some of the veterans who are down there. I mean, Paulo Lopez, LaTroy's around sometimes. I've known LaTroy for a while now, but, just to pick their brains, learn what they do, like in their game, like their pregame routine, like whatever they do, I just pick their brains and just take it out and use it myself. I had Charlie with Team USA when he was his senior year in high school. Going into his senior, the summer before his senior year, and he was on my pitching staff, and we got a chance to get to know each other, and lo and behold, I was at the draft the year he was drafted, and he was sitting in the room, and I walked in as one of the faces that I knew, and I was like, "You gone yet?" He was like, "Not yet," and then I left and came back, and he was a Minnesota Twin, so I was happy about
Pretty
that.
cool. First round, Minnesota Twins, 2023 amateur draft, and that your stuff has been getting a lot of attention. I think fans who look at what's going on down on the farm and down in the lower levels, you are certainly one that I think fans are watching. What are you, when you look at your first year, what were you most excited about down in the Florida State League?
Honestly, just the fact that I was able to be healthy all year. I pitched every game healthy. I made every start. Didn't miss one of them, so I feel like that was just something that I took out of the season. There was a lot of ups and downs, like a roller coaster, but that's just the game. That's how it's going to be all the time. So I just looked at the positives and just kept going into the off season, and now we're getting ready for spring training.
Fastball, how's it feeling?
It's feeling great. It's coming out fire.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about your stuff here. That when we came up, we didn't have the analytics that they have. In particular, the stuff that you can see out during batting practice. Launch angle, backspin. Same with the pitcher, the rotation. Is that something that you focus on in the spin rate with your fastball, and you know what they are? Same with the breaking ball.
Yeah. So with my fastball, the one number I look at is the vertical movement on it. I try to always get 15 or up on the vertical movement, because then it plays off my sinker, which is 18 run. So it just plays very well. And then the slider, I try to keep it zero vertical break, and then 4 or 5 horizontal. It's just it's sharp, it's 10 off my fastball.
So that's the slurve that we've heard about.
Something like that.
No drop to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I say that because it's a word I kind of refuse to mention on the radio.
I can't believe you just said it, actually.
Because
I know.
It's a slider.
Yeah.
It's either a slider with a little bit of drop. If it's a side armor that's got the frisbee, then that's more of a slur. I need something with break to be a slider. Hey,
Danny,
don't forget, he's
3-2.
bought in, he's drinking, he's had the Kool-Aid. Yeah.
I'm not going to have this conversation with 3-2 right now, but
No.
there is a difference from a slider than a sweeper. I'll tell you that.
Correct.
There is a difference.
Obviously, I guess it's spin rate. No?
More the horizontal break.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
more
horizontal break.
movement.
Okay.
You start to get 17, 18, 21 inches of horizontal. That changes everything for that pitch.
Yeah.
But it's different how you throw that pitch, how you grip it, and what you're trying to do with it. You're not trying to make it go like this. You're trying to get it to go like that.
Right.
In and out. And that's,
you're getting
you
on the
say
side of
swerve,
it.
but it's not a slurve. I used to say slurve, and I was resistant to it also, but I understand what the concept is for the sweeper pitch.
Okay.
I do understand this. Everybody can't throw it. I do know that. Everybody can't throw it.
I can't.
I can throw it. I can throw the sweeper.
You can or can't throw it?
Can't.
I mean, I can throw the slurve. The slurve was the easiest thing to throw. But to
me,
make it sweep and get 20 inches of horizontal, I couldn't do that.
To me, a slurve is a crappy slider. They didn't break.
Exactly.
You know?
And a sweeper's not crappy.
No.
Charlie, when did
it's just new terminology that you have to get used to.
Yeah.
That's
It is
Correct.
fascinating to hear you talk about the data points that are interesting to you, because I don't know, it wasn't too long ago that the number one thing that a fan would grab onto is like, can you hit 100? Can you throw a fastball that's going to be at 100, at 101? It was all speed. And to hear you talking about all these other things, is speed less of a factor, you think? It's more about the trickery, the movement, the confusion of the batter?
I still think velocity plays a good part in it. I mean, it's hard to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. But, I mean, the movement of the pitch also does a lot to the hitter, but I still think fastball or velocity plays a good part of it.
Yeah, it's cool to throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, too, isn't it?
Good hitters
It
can
is.
catch up to a fastball.
Yeah, it's cool to throw 100.
Location is also key.
Right, location is key. It's cool to throw 100, but if it's flat, you might as well sit it on the tee for the guys to hit it.
Well, yeah.
So 100 with some carry is where you want to be. You don't want to be 100 flat, because 100 flat,
Well, it
a
flies out of there.
66-year-old Danny Gladden can go out there and still hit that. All right, bruh. I'm sorry,
I'm
bruh.
bunting. I'm bunting on that.
You guys were great. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Charlie Soto and LaTroy Hawkins. Some kid named Joe Mauer is going to join us next. Keep it right here on CCO. right, if you're a real Twins fan, you know that walk-up music. That is Joe Mauer's music, everybody.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
I mean, Joe, this happens to you all the time, but to watch people come up and bring a photo that was taken with you from 10 years ago. Someone said you signed their belly when she was pregnant.
Yep.
And that child is like up and walking around and a human now. I mean,
it's pretty wild, But I love TwinsFest. I mean, it's time of year when it's cold outside, and you see so many Twins fans excited about the upcoming season. This is it energizes the players, it energizes all of us fans, and looking forward to some baseball. That's for sure. But yeah, it's great. It's great to be back.
This is the first time you've been in front of this crowd as an official member of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you get introduced everywhere as Hall of Famer now? Is that when you make a restaurant reservation?
You should, right?
Yeah,
no, it was pretty wild. I mean, we had a Hall of Fame session, autograph session earlier today. I'm like, am I in the right spot? You know, it's still kind of pinch yourself. Last year was unbelievable.
It the four of you?
So we had Rod Carew, Paul Mahler, Tony O,
Bert.
and Bert today, which was awesome. So
how about
Hey,
that?
you're the young buck.
And I'm the young, I'm the rookie again.
Wow.
You know, yeah, it was exciting a couple days ago for the new class coming in at 2025, and that'll be fun this summer to celebrate them.
Take us through the celebration out there in Cooperstown, because when Puck went in, they take you guys down. The players only in the basement have their own little dinner party, cocktail party, and from what I heard, the home run hitters sit over here, the singles hitters sit over here, the batting title guys sit over here.
Yeah.
Truth to that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like I said, I was a rookie again, and so after the induction, you go back to the resort, the Otesaga, right there on the lake. It's a beautiful setting, and they have a dinner for just the members and the commissioner.
Did you have to sing?
I did not have to sing, but going back to my rookie days, I was looking and watching, observing kind of what was taking place. I wasn't going to be the first one to sit. I was going to wait and see, and sure enough, you see a guy like Jim Tomei go to a table and Eddie Murray go to a table. I'm like, I'm not going to that one. And then you see a guy like Smoltz and Glavine go to one. I was like, okay, maybe, but I found a good table with pitchers and catchers. Ted Stemmons, I kind of followed his lead a little bit, but no, it was unbelievable, and like I said, it felt like we flew into Cooperstown and we were flying right back out. Everything just happened so fast.
You know, the new class just got in, and there's been a lot of conversation about how Ichiro was almost unanimous, one vote shy. To you, does that stuff matter? Like the number of votes, if you're unanimous, if how close it is, does that matter?
I think just appearing on the ballot is a big deal. I mean, it's a tremendous honor. It's not. I mean, I don't know the percentage, but it's very rare. And there's so many good players that you play against and with, and you think. But Ichiro, I mean, yeah, I think everybody kind of knew it was going to happen eventually, and to see it by one vote, yeah, I think it would have been nice to have a unanimous. And the same thing with Jeter a couple years ago. But I think if a guy is worthy, and then he should just be voted. If you think he's worthy enough, then check yes.
I think we should start something here, because we had one of our writers in Lavelle E. Neal III. He was the one that didn't vote for, was it Pedro Martinez? I think for the Cy Young. He took a lot of heat for that. So I think we stir it up and say Lavelle was the one that didn't vote for Ichiro.
That's what I heard.
Oh.
Yeah,
Let's go
I heard
with
that too.
Because I did talk to him today, and he says, you'll probably never know. He said that when he was the only one that didn't vote for Pedro Martinez, he announced it prior to the day of voting. And then he said he wore it, but he said he doesn't think that the guy that didn't vote for Ichiro will ever come out and say that was me.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting process, right? And everybody kind of has their own criteria and benchmarks. But for me, going in on the first ballot, I really didn't know what to expect. You hear things and people think that it should happen and it should happen now. And like I said, I was grateful to be on the ballot. And then when the results came out, it was just unbelievable.
I can tell you from Jack Morris's experience, Jack was a mean guy. He was not friendly to any of the media. And I think sometimes the media people get turned down for an interview or in the clubhouse. Sometimes a player can say something or embarrass that writer, and that writer can keep grudges. And I think that's what happened with Jack Morris over the years. Jack Morris was mean, and I mean mean, belligerent to writers. Which
on
made,
the mound, too.
Which made him the same player out on the field, which also that's his character, the way he was. Such a softie right now, though.
I think you are right, though, that I mean, it's human nature, right? But it is part of the unusualness of the fact that it's writers who vote on this. But it also does go to some of the unusualness of the relationship that especially the beat writers have with baseball players, because there's no other professional sport with so many games. So you have so much time together. And baseball, especially the Twins, like, there's still pretty good access. I mean, it's not like that in the NFL now. It's all so tightly controlled. The NBA is a little more freewheeling, but each player is their own brand and their own business. Baseball, you still can go in the clubhouse and talk to people for now. I hope it continues because it's great for fans. You get great stuff.
And, that's the thing. Like you said, we played, well, I know it's a little different now, but 162 games in 180 days. And the media has the right to be in the clubhouse every day, before and after the game. So they're around, and you develop relationships. And, I was always one, and I know Danny was too. It's, good, bad, or ugly, you stand in front of your locker and you try to answer the questions as best you can. And
who was the worst? Who did you hate the most?
It's
as in a writer?
Yeah.
That's the thing. You understand they have a job to do, and we have a job to do too. And I don't know. It's one of those things. I think there's a mutual respect, and I think sometimes both sides can get a little frustrated, which can cause for good stories, I guess. But I always took the approach is that they have a job to do, and I have a job to do as a ball player. So you try to do it the best you can.
And as a ball player, you look at it from that vantage point. Now, as being a broadcaster or somebody from the other side, you're looking at it from the other way. And I can tell you, in 1991, Patrick Royce, first week of spring training, wrote a nasty article about me, saying that I should be traded. Pedro Munoz needs an opportunity. He's over the hill. And this is the first week of spring training. So, and one thing about writers like that, they will show up the next day and stand there. And if you've got something to say to them, they'll wear it. And Royce was one of those guys.
Yeah.
And I went up and I said, what are you doing? You're writing an article about getting rid of me the first week of the season? And now, Royce and I are almost best of friends. And I'm not saying because of that. It's just that I think that we've learned a little bit, I have, about their job. And, of course, some players are tough to approach. Yeah.
Well, we're all human, right?
And like you said, if you
have bad days.
If you have a bad day out there, you give it up. I know a lot of the guys that used to hide back in the clubhouse and not come out and not want to face the writers.
Joe, you're busy year-round now, busy dad, busy life. Although you said that much of your routine on a daily basis, you're telling me you listen to Vanita in the morning.
I do, yeah. Yeah, big fan of CCO, that's for sure. Driving the kids to school and, on the way home, listen to you too. So thank you for what you do. And,
Notice he said he's a big fan of Vanita and listens
yeah.
to me on the way home. That's fine.
Yeah, but no, it's good to have Twins baseball back on CCO, and I think it's in the rightful place there.
Joe, are you at a point now in your career, being retired for a couple of years, that you would ever think about coming down for 2 weeks, 3 weeks of spring training? I know you got a home down there, but would you ever put the uniform on and help the catchers and kind of float around like a lot of the guys do?
Yeah, it's funny you said that, Danny. I'm going to dip my toe in the water a little bit this year, the spring training. So
how about that?
Yeah,
get down there. You'll see.
I'm excited. They asked me to come down for a couple days, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know exactly what I'll be doing, but I'm excited to come down and be around the guys.
Look, I'm trying to think. I haven't seen you ever hit a fungo.
Yeah, I've hit a lot of ground balls though. So
Yes,
I
yes.
should be fine with that.
Yeah, so, but if you were hitting a fungo, I'd have you hit it to the left side of the diamond to the third baseman, shortstop. I've never seen you throw BP.
Well, catchers usually have pretty good
They're the
BP,
best.
so I maybe gotta start
Is
throwing
that
a little
something
bit.
that you, if they ask you, you'd throw
Yeah.
BP?
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a whirl
All
for
right.
sure.
On record, fungos and BP.
Yeah. You're not. Are you hitting?
No, I would though.
How old are the kids right now?
So my girls are 11 and my son is 6.
Wow.
So we're busy, which is a lot of
Your
fun.
son bat left-handed?
He does. He told me he wants to switch hit though, and I said, okay, we just gotta
Better get going.
take as many swings, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it'll be fun.
It's pretty great, isn't it? Being a dad and seeing those kids grow up.
It is, and we're talking about today. I was on the ice. My son's playing hockey and basketball this year, and so I was on the ice at 8 this morning, and
Yeah.
then we got a bite to eat, and was on the basketball court, around lunchtime. So
What grade is he?
He's a kindergartner.
Kindergarten.
So he's trying
you
them all.
skate too?
I do. But no, it's fun. It's fun to be there and be able to.
Nothing funnier than
experience
little
that.
kids though playing sports though. Watching,
Oh.
especially little kid basketball. Good lord.
Yeah, it's entertaining.
It's
that's for
pretty
sure.
good.
Yeah, it's entertaining, but we're having a good time, and he's enjoying trying everything, so that's fun.
Always love talking to you, Joe, and appreciate kind of what you do for Twins fans and for our community. And how cool, Danny, getting that little nugget there that we'll see you down at spring training.
Wait a minute, we're not done, are we?
Well, we don't
You've
have
been
to
in the news with Morneau and Hunter as potential owners.
Oh, that's right.
Have you not read that?
Well, that's news to me.
I read that.
bull
Oh,
crap.
come
How many have
on.
heard that? Sure.
That's right.
Where's
Okay.
Lavelle? Let's get him up here.
Is that something that you would even think about if they came to you a percentage or something?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I've always have an interest in the Twins and how they're doing, and I would love an opportunity, but that's news to me. So I hope.
Come on. Have you been approached?
Well, I've been approached by a lot of different groups that
you have to
think
sell
they might have a
Mauer
bid,
Chevrolet?
but nothing.
Would you have to sell?
I think
sell
we're
that?
way too early with that, but
Okay.
we'll see how it unfolds. But yes, I definitely, if the opportunity arises, I mean, I definitely have interest there. But I definitely have interest in what this team is doing, this organization is doing, moving into the future. So hopefully we can continue to get better and have a great 2025.
You guys would like it if Joe Mauer were part of the ownership group, right? So Joe will be passing the hat where you all can chip in for a certain percentage
I
to
think
help
everybody
Joe's
in this
purchase.
room would love to have that
Yeah,
opportunity,
be real
right?
good, right? Oh yeah, but let's all sell a share, right? Oh, maybe you could play first base this year for the Twins. Yeah, that's there is a bit of an bit of an issue there right now, isn't there? Joe Mauer, everybody. Thanks, Joe.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
We'll be back with Simeon Woods Richardson live from Twins Fest on CCO. Continuing our live coverage at TwinsFest here at Target Field, Jason DeRusha. So happy to be with you here on CCO Radio. It is an autograph fest up here. Simeon Woods Richardson, everybody. Let's have a round of applause for Simeon. It's pretty cool. It is. This is the best thing about TwinsFest, and you get this to a certain degree down at spring training where fans can come up and have this access. Simeon, it is one of the things that I think makes baseball so special. Did you as a kid ever have a moment where you had an interaction with a ball player that stuck with you, or an autograph or a picture or whatever?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, how's everybody doing? Everybody doing? There we go. There we go. But yeah, I was actually blessed enough. My summer ball coach was Adam Dunn at the time.
Oh, hey.
So learning from him, learning from the big donkey. You know, he was.
How old were you when that was?
I was 15 to 17.
All right, so high school.
So like high school time, very important time for a
Huge,
kid.
yeah.
Absolutely. He kind of gave me the glimpse of big league baseball. So learning words of wisdom from him, learning tips of the trade, kind of got everything through him.
You're a Houston guy. You just came up before the. You got here before the snow?
Yeah, we did.
4 inches of snow in Houston.
Yeah, we don't know how to operate with that. So the whole city was shut down. So I know here we have snow plows. They can get pushed to the side, but in Houston, everything gets shut down. So
they don't have salt trucks. They don't
No,
have.
we don't
they
have
don't
any
have
of that.
plows. It's Houston.
We don't have any of that.
That's why you live there, so you don't have to deal with the kind of weather that we deal with up here. How's your off season been?
Oh, it's been great. You know, every time we kind of get a chance to unwind a little bit and we get that itch again to play baseball, you know, you kind of get bored on the couch. You want to get back running again, moving around again. But then when it gets to TwinsFest and everybody gets to meet up together, it's that itch starts to get going again because right around the corner where it's baseball time.
Do you keep in touch with a lot of the players in the off season?
Yeah, we try to reach out.
Check in?
Yeah, we try to check in and check out.
Is there one particular couple pitchers, or you run with the position players too?
Yeah, I run with everybody. I
Yeah.
think we got to check in with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things where not just one department. You know, it's
That's
just,
what makes him different, I'm telling you.
not just one department. Reach out to Buck, reach out to Correa, reach out to Joe, reach out to all these guys.
Is there one thing you worked on in the off season here that you want to try to incorporate or even improve more on in spring training? One aspect of it?
Just being more consistent, I would say. Long season for me last year. Most I've ever pitched. So
28 games, right?
Yeah, most I've ever pitched,
Yeah.
most innings I ever pitched. So just the conditioning
And that's
side
in the
of
big
it.
leagues and the minor leagues together.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So it's just the conditioning side of things, just preparing myself for a 162 game season. So that's probably the best thing.
What happens like over that stretch? Is it muscle? Is it pain? Is it fatigue? Like what when you look at the conditioning?
Yeah. I would say it's a little bit of mental aspect and physical aspect because by start 24, you're like, oh, I'm really doing this. And then by 26, you're like, I'm still going. So I think for the first year, it was just getting that underneath my belt, getting my legs underneath me.
You know, talking with some pitchers, you know, you talk about 24, 26 starts. From a hitter standpoint, maybe 500 at bats. There's weeks from a hitter's standpoint that I'm locked in. I'm going.
Right.
Come July, August, that bat feels like it's a 40-ounce stick.
Yeah.
And it just your body goes through something. And talking to pitchers, they feel the same way. It might be May, it might be June, where they can't wait to get that next start. You know, you're on a little bit of a roll, and then all of a sudden, you hit something. All of a sudden, the mental part of it, I got wait 5 days, get back out there, not sure what you got after that. So I think it's a learning curve, not only from a position player standpoint, but also a pitcher as to how my body reacts to the grind.
Absolutely. I think you said it the best. Mid-season, after All-Star break, and you keep rolling again, and it's like, okay, those 5 days come just like this.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm absolutely happy to pick up the ball and go try to get a win for our guys. But the mental and physical toll of it, it's definitely one of those things where I had to actually experience it to even do it.
What about your bullpen when a pitcher starts a game from a starter standpoint? You go out in the bullpen, I don't know, you throw 45, 65 pitches, whatever it is. Do you try to change that up later in the season that I'm a little bit fresher, so maybe it's only 35 pitches I warm up with?
I believe it's a fair line and it's a borderline what feels good that day and having trust in it and not even trying to beat the dead horse and keep going. Because I believe if you feel good, you play good. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to have trust in your stuff before the game and saying, okay, I don't need to touch on this anymore. Let me go work on the stuff that really is not working, but still that's a fine line because you don't want to keep doing it and keep doing it. So you still have to have trust in it. So it's one of those things where you got to have complete conviction.
Young pitcher here, going through the league. Give me your top 5 toughest hitters. And you can excuse me, your top 5 hitters that, not that you fear, but, boy, I just have a tough time with this guy here.
I would say Vladimir Guerrero.
Okay.
Schwarber.
With Philly. Yep.
Aaron Judge, because I faced him when I was in spring training with the Jays.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah. Luis Arias, because,
we know.
The proof is in the pudding, right?
Yeah.
It
It might only be a single, but it's still.
Right, it's still a single.
I can't get him out.
I think that's it for me,
All right.
honestly.
I like it.
4 out of 5.
Yeah.
You stood in there and you gave the answer too. That's a great question and great answers. That's really good. Really good. How you feeling about this season? We have about 30 seconds left. No one was happy with how things ended last year.
I don't think anybody was happy the way things ended last year. So it kind of left a bitter taste in our mouth. We all went back to the drawing board. We all went back and said, okay, we were all not happy with that. So I believe it set a fire underneath us. I think we're all young, we're all hungry, and we love to win baseball games. That's the name of our game. So we're trying to come win some baseball games.
You know, the frustrating part was from our fans, and that was it was a slow drip.
Yeah.
You know, you guys I think went 12 and 27. You guys had a 93% win probability in August, and all of a sudden, it was just drip, and just the team just fell apart, didn't play well, and you lost to some teams that weren't very good.
Yeah, that's always frustrating. You know, that's always frustrating, but we got to keep a positive mindset this year. And last year is already last year. You can't go back and change it.
Can't go back.
So
Can't go back.
You learn from it, we adapt, and we keep going.
All right. We got to go. CBS
All right.
News coming up
There we
here
go.
on
Take
CCO.
care, bro.
See ya.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Zebby Woods Richardson. TwinsFest 2025. We are live inside Target Field. It's Jason DeRusha along with Dan Gladden. And let's welcome to the stage into WCCO Radio. Say hi to Bailey Ober, everybody. Oh, they're chanting Bailey. Bailey has 4 young kids.
Yep.
So is this like a vacation? Like the kids are not nipping at your ankles right now?
Yeah, a little bit, but it'll be good to go back to them and kind of hang out. I think they might be watching right now, so miss you guys, but I'll see you soon.
Aw, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. How you feeling? Are you ready to go?
Oh yeah, feeling good. Ready to get down to Florida and get things rolling. Get down in some warm weather and face some of our hitters, and feeling good. Just ready to get everything started.
You're a North Carolina guy.
Yep.
And what is the off season like for you? Obviously during the season, you're putting your body through the ringer, right? As you're pitching and conditioning and everything. What is the routine like in the off season?
Yeah, for sure. Especially when the season ends, you take some time to kind of unwind and decompress everything over the last 6-7 months that you've been away. Get back home and just really relax and kind of be around the family and try to maybe take a little trip to unwind.
Now, you didn't go to Paris or Amsterdam like Joe Ryan did.
No, yeah, I wasn't able to go do what Joe did, but me and my wife took a trip down to Charleston for, I think, right when we got back home. So that was nice to get away and have some alone time.
Charleston's great.
Yeah.
I love Charleston. It's not Paris or Amsterdam.
That's
That's why
him what his routine is. He gets up, he got 4 kids, right?
Yeah.
Ages.
The oldest is 5, the second one is 4, and then I have twins that are 2.
You're not doing too many vacations.
No.
All right? You're
No.
changing diapers.
I
and-
remember.
and burping and all kinds of baby stuff.
Yeah, we're busy back home.
It's a busy house. What is the conditioning? What were you working on? Is there a pitch or something that you were really working on this year?
Yeah, just kind of, I feel like the biggest thing is just as the season goes on, you start to kind of fade mechanically and in the off season, you try to build that strength back so you last a lot longer through the season. So that's kind of where we're at this off season, is being able to withstand the workload of the season, the long 30 starts every single year. So just building up mechanics so they can withstand pitching into October.
Do you keep in touch with other players or Twins coaches, or how does that work?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm talking to a lot of our guys throughout the off season. Coaches will check in on me and see how I'm doing. Training staff will check in, see how I'm doing. But yeah, I'm talking to a lot of the guys throughout the entire off season.
Bailey, would you say your biggest improvement was not only the command of your pitches last year, but also maybe the changeup and the ability to throw a breaking ball? Because now 2 balls, no strikes. In our day, it was fastball count. Now you're able to kind of locate the off-speed pitch, and you did that so well last year.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with my game, I'm not going to be throwing mid to upper 90s. I'm going to have to mix with everything that I have, and that's any certain count. I'm able to throw any of my pitches in there for a strike, throw it in the zone, out of the zone, and keep guys off balance. And I feel like I was able to do a pretty good job of that for the majority of the season, and hopefully that's what's to come for this upcoming year too.
That sounds just like a pitcher, okay? Not a thrower.
Yeah.
And you sit up here and the guy's 6'7"?
6'9".
Excuse me.
Yeah.
He's 6'9", you think he's a power pitcher.
Yeah.
But he's a pitcher. And I like the fact that, and it goes to show you that, you don't just have to come out and flame throw it, grunt it every time. You learn to pitch. Like you said, keep the hitters off balance. To me, hitting is timing. If you disrupt my timing, chances are I'm not going to hit.
Has that changed for you as you've grown, as you've matured, as you've had more experience, learning that side of pitching?
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels to it as you would kind of go on in your career. I mean, I feel like I was able to do a good job when I was in college, but at the time I was mainly a 2-pitch pitcher with just a fastball and a changeup. I threw some breaking balls, but it wasn't as prominent as it is now. But every year that I've gone on, I feel like there's more things to learn, as sequencing and tunneling and all this stuff, setting up hitters from the first time you face them to the third time you face them. So it's always a lot of things going on. You get to face a lot of guys during the same season and year after year, so they kind of know what you do. So being able to go off reports and
kind of look and see what you did previous games against those guys and make those in-game adjustments. It's been huge, and it's definitely been able to learn about that the last couple seasons.
Talk a little bit about controlling your emotions, because you're one of those guys, mild-mannered up here. You get out on the mound, you seem to walk across that white line, and something clicks for you, and you become competitive and at times combative with some of the umpires, and it seems like you're trying to control those as to when I can maybe exaggerate or say a little bit more and maybe say a little bit less. Not as bad as Joe Ryan. Joe Ryan, and he'll do it after the first pitch of the game. He'll go, hey, where's that pitch?
Yeah.
Whereas you seem to certain situations, you kind of have to bite the bullet, but at the same time, you show some emotions out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like you said earlier, whenever I cross that line, it's a different atmosphere, different attitude that I bring out there. It's a boxing match. It's you versus the hitter, and you got to be the last one standing. So I feel like I try to take that mentality out there. And like you said with the umpires, I mean, I can get a little heated a little bit, but I try to keep it in. And if I'm going to do anything, you got to, like you said, pick your spots to try to do that. I think I learned that kind of early on in my rookie year. If I did something, some of the veteran guys or our pitching coaches would be like, hey, don't do that in the first or second inning. Wait until you're in the sixth or something like that to prove that you've been around and kind of were able to work around and pitch through those previous innings.
But also, fourth, fifth, sixth inning, the game might be more on the line than it is first, second inning.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you're doing it in the first, second inning but nobody on, hey, you're wasting your time out there. Save it for the fifth, sixth with a guy in third base with two down. You're looking for that punch out. You don't get it.
Yeah, and there's a way to go about it too.
Yes.
How you talk to them and what you actually say instead of just kind of being like, hey, where's that at?
And some of them has to do with the umpires.
Yeah,
Some umpires are, you can talk to a little bit more than others.
Yeah, sometimes they can see that you're a little frustrated, and in between innings, they'll walk with you to the dugout and be like, hey, man, I might have missed that.
Yep.
You're still good. Just keep going. Something like that.
Do you want the robot umpire? No.
No. I mean, I'll be fine with the challenge if you have two challenges, but I don't want the
I like the
ABS
challenge.
full time.
Yeah.
One thing that there was a stat that came out, I read it the other day, that the Twins were almost the only team in Major League Baseball to have just two catchers catch every inning, other than I think it was Camargo.
Yeah.
Camargo caught an inning and a third.
Okay.
But isn't that sit well with your pitching staff, knowing that I've got one or the other that I can pitch to?
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of been like that the last 2 years as well. It's been huge to have both of those guys back there. I mean, both guys that you can definitely rely on and count on, use their brain and be able to work through a lineup and work together. And I feel like both of those guys do a really good job with that.
He's talking about working with his catcher, but at the same time, the catcher has to work with him, because sometimes the emotions and the personalities of the pitchers out there, everybody's different. So that's why the catcher is so important to know personalities of not only the starters, but some of the guys that come out of the bullpen as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Fine line.
You got another 89-pitch complete game in you for this season?
I don't know. That was a pretty special game. I was talking to Pete Mackey the other day about that I gave up 2 home runs that game, and I still was able to throw a complete game under 90 pitches with 10 Ks. And it was like one of the first times that's ever happened and might never happen ever again, with 2 home runs given up.
The stat I have here is that it was only the second time since pitch counts were recorded in '88 that a pitcher had a 9-inning complete game, double-digit strikeouts, 90 pitches or less. Only happened twice.
That should be the standard. Are you kidding me?
2
Come
times
on.
ever. Yeah.
Who was the team?
Oakland.
It was Oakland.
Oakland.
Yeah, I think they led the league in strikeouts, and
Danny's cheapening it,
okay.
I think, is what I'm hearing. It's
Oakland, they're spending some money this year.
We scored 10 runs in that game, too. That was nice.
Yeah. It helped out a little bit.
Yeah. Bailey Ober, great guy. We're excited for a great season. Thanks
guys.
Bailey.
Appreciate it.
All right, Corey Koski is going to join us next, just elected to the Twins Hall of Fame. Corey's up next here on CCO. right, we continue our day of live coverage at TwinsFest inside Target Field. So nice to see so many Twins fans here getting a chance to talk to some of their favorite players. And we are getting fired up for the Twins season. Of course, you can listen to all the games on WCCO Radio. We'll be down, Drive Time with DeRusha. We'll be down in spring training in a couple of weeks, which is basically just an excuse for me to go to Fort Myers, but I'm glad I got somebody to pay for it, so it's worked out very well. Let's hear it for the newest member of the Twins Hall of Fame, Corey Koski. Just elected, just announced yesterday. Corey, how'd you find out? How does it feel?
I got a phone call from Dustin, the media guy, and Rod Carew was on the call, and he just said, hey, Corey, I'd like to welcome you to the Twins Hall of Fame, and it's just it's one of those things that it's when it happens, you're like, you sure you called the right guy? Because it's such an honor. You look at everybody that's in the Twins Hall of Fame, and then
just 40 other guys, right?
Well, and they're pretty good.
They're pretty good, yeah.
And so, I'm the kind of guy who would focus on my strikeouts versus focusing on what I did well. And so, like I said, it's just humbling and honoring to be a part of that group.
You are, I think people hear that Canadian accent, but you're a Minnesotan now. You have stayed here, right?
Yeah, we live in Minnesota. It's one of those things when we played, we needed some place to. We thought we're going to look at my wife at the time. We need to establish roots somewhere, and we stayed in an apartment in Plymouth, right behind the Ridgedale Mall. And Minnesota, the Minnesota fans, the Minnesota people are great. And I'm like, let's establish our roots here. So we raised our family here. We've been here, since '98.
Yeah. Obviously, it's been a while since you played. To get this call...
Oh, I'm still playing town ball.
Well, in Plymouth? Where are we going to
work? We play for the Loretto Larks.
Oh,
I got guys.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Well, where have you been?
I need to pay more attention to the town ball circuit.
I hit a home run in town ball, and I got more likes and more traction off that home run I hit in town ball than I ever did playing Major League Baseball. Well, did you see my last post on chat? So me and my son were having an argument. So my son's in Indiana, and he's playing baseball, and he hit a ball that he said was a nuke, and they got that TrackMan. And he said he's at Fenway Park. I said, well, how far did it go? He said, well, it hit the wall. I said, dude, that ain't no nuke. And he's like, what do you know? You've never hit a home run at Wrigley Field, or sorry, at Red Sox at Fenway Park.
Okay.
Sorry. And I'm like, yeah, I did. Google it. So he Googled it, and ChatGPT came back that Corey Koski played 15 years of professional baseball, never hit a home run at Fenway Park, but he did hit a home run in a town ball to send his team to state tournaments. That's what my career has come down
That's
to,
what
right
it is,
there.
Yeah. And if AI says it,
it must be true.
It's pretty great smack talk with you and your kiddo, huh?
Well, he did post something again, saying that he hit more home runs than him and Josh hit more runs than I did in a town ball season. I'm like, dude, don't even go there. Like, I don't want to check the stats and post it in public here to embarrass you.
Right.
Do you find town ball, though, that some of the pitchers from the other team go, here's Corey Koski, I'm going to show him.
Absolutely.
And pitch you a little different, and maybe inside.
Well, dude, no, they don't come inside that much, but they throw, I'm 50 years old now. And so, they're throwing 82 miles an hour and blowing it by me at times, and it's humbling, and it sucks because, 25 years ago, I would have hit that ball 450 feet. But now I got, guys jumping off the mound because they struck me out. And on a high fastball, that's 82, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me right now. So I'm still eating humble pie.
Yeah, if you follow Corey on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it, there's the AI. It doesn't lie. That's rough.
Yeah, it's rough. But
Did not hit a home run at Fenway Park.
And I got 2. So whatever, ChatGPT.
Load of crap is what it is. Just straight up load of crap. You were telling stories yesterday at the media luncheon about your past as a prankster.
Okay.
Are you still an active prankster, or is this like?
Well, not really. You know, it's
sad.
Yeah,
That
well,
looks very sad.
There's, you know, it's tough because, you know, people are different than the clubhouse people, and so if I play, you know, people's feelings get hurt. You know, I did play a prank on one of my coaches that I coach with at Mound. He left his car running outside of the rink. You know, last week was like -40.
Yeah.
So I walked out. I looked at his car. I'm like, is anybody in that car? So I grabbed it. I drove it to the end of the parking lot, and where my car was. And I got in my car, and came back to pick up my kid. And Bobby came out, and he's like, "Dude, where's my car?" And he's like, "You got to be kidding me!" And it was down at the other end of the parking lot. So I guess I could. Yeah. So if you ever leave a car running, don't be surprised if it's at the end of the parking lot if I'm around.
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You have one kid in Indiana, you said?
I have one in Indiana. I have one at Augustana. I got one that's actually graduated working at Piper Sandler, and then I have one's a freshman at Benilde. 4 boys. Life's easy. Boys are easy.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have 2 boys.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy. As soon as they get a driver's license, you're nervous for like one day, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
they don't really need me anymore. It's all off they go.
Yeah.
They
it's
need your
crazy.
money.
Yeah,
They need that. but-
Absolutely. But they all know more than you ever know. Like I remember Harmon telling the story when his grandson was. Remember Harmon telling the story? His grandson was, and he's like, "Papa, you don't know how to hit." And he's like, you know, his grandson's telling Harmon that that's not how you do it. Like that's when you have your kids. Like I'm trying to teach my kids how to hit, and they're pushing back, and I'm like, "You're right. You have hit a home run in the major leagues. Like you know better than me." You know.
You do have the ultimate like.
Well, I do throw that. Like last year was the first time I literally threw that out with my kid because he kept pushing back. I said, "You're right. You've hit over 100 home runs in the major league, so you do it the way you do it."
No comeback to that.
No, he's
No.
just like, "Whatever, Dad."
Yeah. You know, when you look at your son who is playing ball, and you two obviously have this back and forth in this relationship, what, you know, does he give you sort of some of the nonsense that I hear people giving Danny all the time? That like, oh, the game has changed, it's all different, whatever you know is not useful. Some of this stuff.
He does, and the game has changed. And like, I'm not smart enough now. Like, I have no idea if I'd have any success in today's game because I'm just not smart enough to figure that out. All I tried to do was get the fat putter on the bat and hit the ball hard somewhere, and that was like, you know, I told the story yesterday with Gardy was teaching me how to play. You know, I struggled defensively. Gardy, I went down and we're at the Metrodome. And I'm trying to field the ground ball like everybody, like trying to look good fielding the ground ball. And Gardy got frustrated. And he's like, "Weren't you like an athlete growing up?" I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" He goes, "Well, weren't you a hockey goalie?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Weren't you some all-Canadian volleyball player?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, you're an athlete. All we want you to do is when that guy over there hits the ball to you, I want you to throw it over there before that guy gets there, and we'll be fine." And I'm like, "That's it?" I said, "You don't care what I look like?" He goes, "No, just throw the ball over there before that guy gets there. We'll be happy." I said, "I can do that." I said, "So give me your hat." So I threw his hat over there. I took my hat. I threw my hat over here. I said, "Okay, try to score on me." And we literally did that every day for my first full year in the big leagues. And so now I'm like, because now it took all the pressure because I was trying to be like everybody else and try to look and I just wasn't a good-looking fielder. I'm a good-looking guy, though. Yeah. But instead of trying to be different, trying to be like everybody else, that's how I developed my own kind of way to doing it. And it was Gardy just basically just throw it over there before they get there and we'll be fine.
Your career fielding percentage lead all Minnesota Twins third basemen. So like playing ugly seemed to work out pretty well.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. It's Gardy was like, you know, like that's why like the whole glove save thing, like I don't know, like, that Danny loved my glove saves.
I always liked, you know, and I think he picked that up from Tom Kelly, because TK would always say, hey, guys, don't worry about the backhand, your leg over here. I need you to get the ball, and like you just said,